Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and we're going to have some action-packed best of threes today. And I couldn't be more excited for some more full fearless action. Are you ready, Joshi?
I'm so ready. We got the future of the LCS. We're starting right after the LCS, exactly on time this time. But this is going to be a very interesting day. We've got a couple of really big tests for teams who are still trying to secure their spot in playoffs.
And I think that's the most interesting part about it all, because we have a very maybe one-sided matchup for the first one, but then maybe a very contested second series as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule ahead of us, as we have Dragonsteel, the undefeated Kings of the North, here in NACL versus AoE, who have gone defeated so far in their split. And then Winthrop versus Team Liquid Challengers. That one's going to be a doozy.
The first one is definitely our classic David and Goliath here, Mazel, because AoE, like you said, they've gotten a couple game wins here and there, but they're still trying to find their first series win of the split. And unfortunately, we know that today is going to be a very difficult test, because there's a number of roster shifts that have happened for the squad. And if they can finally manage to take down Dragonsteel, it means that they might have finally found their answer.
And we'll take a look at the standings now to see exactly where everybody's ending up. We already kind of foreshadowed to it, but it is also taking a look at the middle of the pack, where some big names are fighting tooth and nail to make sure they can keep above that 8th spot.
Yeah, and we know that because 8 of our 10 teams are going to be making playoffs, and the 2 last ones will have to fight for their spot in Challengers League going into 2025, they will really have to play it. But Team Liquid and Winthrop also right in the middle of the standings. They're looking for an opportunity to play for seeding. They're fairly secure at this point. There might be some tiebreaker things that could potentially knock them down, but both these teams still want to make sure that they have the best road to potentially making a long road in the playoffs journey.
God, that playoffs is going to be so much fun. More best of fives and more full fearless. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters we have in front of us for our first best of 3. Dragonsteel. We might as well go ahead and start putting a crown on those pictures here, because they have been so dominant in our league.
And it's really hard to look at these guys and look for weaknesses in their play. We were worried that their shot calling was not going to be strong, but they completely blew us out of the water. We thought maybe the meta wasn't going to suit their bot lane nearly as well, but they are still firing on all cylinders, and Dragonsteel have been undefeated, and it feels like a perfect time too, considering how popular all the House of the Dragon stuff has been.
We have that. We have the books from Sanderson. It's all working out apparently here. But I also want to get everybody prepped up and ready, because we're about to go for a little bit of a wild ride as we take a look at AoE's roster here. They have thrown us for a loop here, Joshi, because we got Barrack in the top side. We got Wilson or Trickster in the jungle. Cozy is going to be the ADC here. And because of these swaps, AoE will be losing their last ban in the first game.
Yeah, I just got to say, yeehaw, partner. This is going to be something that you're really going to help us out with. Actually try to tame this stallion, because Area of Effect, I have a fun fact for you, Mazel. I know I've told you this one already, but this is the most number of players that we have seen on a roster since TSM Academy in summer of 22. There's been a lot of changes so far coming through, and it definitely feels as though it's been a bit of a revolving door for a lot of the players in the Tier 2, Tier 3 ecosystem. Hopefully this is an opportunity. We know that all these players do have individual talent. It's all about whether or not that they can work together when they actually get to the Rift.
And if you weren't around for the TSM Academy days, it wasn't great. And so that's why we're referencing that. A lot of the switches going through. But we'll see. Maybe this is the saving grace for AoE. The big swap out, I think, is going to be about the lead head and NXI not being in there any longer, and maybe shot calling duties falling a little bit more on Wilson himself. But that also means we have to talk about what this battle can be. It's the undefeated versus the defeated. It's the David versus Goliath. It's literally 6-0 versus 0-6. And I think it's a true test for AoE, but it's something that Dragonsteel, they need to handle.
Yeah, it's definitely a spot where I don't think any fan of this should really be looking at how effectively Area of Effect is likely to take down Dragonsteel, but of course, if they do, we'll glaze them up. But the big thing that we're going to be looking for with Area of Effect is how long and how good of a game can they even give to Dragonsteel. This is a spot where we know some of their main shot callers are no longer playing for them. We have people playing in off roles. If they can show us anything in this, we're going to chalk it up as a win.
And we have to first and foremost look at the jungle meta that we've had, and especially the continued rise of Yuji, who's now in that solid conversation for running for double most valuable prospect.
Yeah.
First time ever. Now we are getting into game number 1, though. Draft is starting up, and it is Dragonsteel. Going to be on the blue side for this one, so I really want to see how they utilize that first pick, which has been so important, at least in the meta recently.
Yeah, especially now, it still feels like playing white in chess whenever you look at this. You're the one playing for the advantage, and if your opponent can try and swing back, or at least play for a draw, maybe stall out the game a little bit, there are opportunities for AoE. However, just like you said, Mazel, this is going to be a very tough one, and there's a massive spotlight right now on Yuji. Like you said, the first player that could potentially win back-to-back most valuable prospects for his performance this split as well, and he's going up against Wilson, who we know has had success in the Tier 3, but hasn't necessarily had an opportunity to prove himself at this level.
We'll see what kind of matchups they want to go for in that one here. But we're already seeing some prime bans taken off. It's the Senna and the Aatrox banned away against AoE, so we've taken away some of the safety of that bot lane. It's the Karthus and the Sejuani away from AoE against Dragonsteel.
And we even get the Avenger Rangslinger himself and Akshan taken off the table. We did get to see Onat play that last time around, but there's a lot of respect being placed over towards Yuji. These are champions that he has played quite a bit, but that just means there's almost everything still on the table, even with some of the nerfs that we've seen towards the mid laners like Cork and Tristana, with both of them still up. Spyrex can still pick whatever, but instead Dragonsteel opting to start things off with the Zyra pick.
Now, I do expect some sort of response here from AoE for Wilson. Yeah, it kind of has to, especially in the jungle, though, because you still have a lot of big options on the table. You still have Brands, you still have the Lilias, but I think more importantly, you have to look at if they want to go with more facilitation or give him more resources. They'll wait for that and go with the Ezreal so far.
Yeah, very strong champions. We do get both of these marksmen coming through, a very classic counter pick. I look at I look at Wilson, and in general, I think mostly of physical damage champions. I really know him for things like the Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin, even the Nocturne back in the days. But Dragonsteel, they get the Zyra, they get the Lucian, which is still very flexible, and I think the scariest thing is actually that Zamudo is going to be getting this Rumble, which is not something you generally see survive the ban phase, but Dragonsteel feels as though they get everything they want. Now AoE, they have the damage, but can they stand up to what Dragonsteel can put out?
They're going to use a lot of poke to try to figure that one out. I do love the Leona here. Gives them some good go buttons, but also separation for the poke that we're seeing them draft so far. But yeah, anytime Zamudo gets this Rumble, it's terrifying. We've seen it banned towards him so many times, and he's been a wonderful addition to Dragonsteel, obviously stepping into a big role to fill when Niles switched over to coaching fully. But now we're getting in the second phase. What kind of bans are we going to see? It's already that supportal focus by AoE. They take away the Braum.
I really like this Braum ban coming through just because it is the go-to counter pick in a lot of ways towards the Leona, and you just need to ban it once. Because we are playing Fearless, you don't need to worry about this long-term. The Leona going over towards Breezy does give him a lot of play. Whereas Zyko, I think the cool thing about Zyko is, yes, we know that he loves to play a lot of these engage supports, but he's also able to play a wide variety of things. With the Lucian already picked up, it's not ridiculous for him to play Nami and play a bit more of a ranged counter game into AoE. And Dragonsteel is one of the teams that has showcased that, yes, they're good at standard lanes, but they're also good at going for these lane swaps, so they can entirely dodge out on the Ezreal Leona early game.
And it's been so juicy when Scary Jerry and Zyko find 2v2s on the bot side. Like, they are consistently looking to take advantage of you down there. Now, it was a little bit more of that jungle focus there, and there is that missed final ban by AoE, since they did have that late roster swap. We'll see if the jungle focus continues here. Some of those AP junglers still on the table.
It's really interesting. I definitely look at Dragonsteel and feel as though they're trying to force Wilson onto the things that they know he's used to playing. They don't want to get any surprises coming out from AoE this late in the draft. With the Renekton ban also taken away from Barrack, we're rapidly running out of things that we know that he likes to play. This is definitely a player who I think of as the Cassante Renekton and the Aatrox most often, and they are going to go for something fairly standard. But this is not the champion that you were used to seeing as a strong counterpick into the Rumble. It's okay, and you don't die, but not rolling over isn't exactly an accomplishment in this draft.
That's true. Those sounds like some pity prizes, but you also get to find potentially backline access, so that's what we're looking at to see if he can find a way through a lot of that front line. That's definitely coming here as the last pick for Zyko, but it is the Zeri locked in here for Scary Jerry. And still, obviously, some flexibility with that where we see it move around a little bit. We've been seeing it mid lane a little bit more in the LPL as well. But trying to see what this go button is going to be looking like. Because right now, they need it desperately.
Yeah. I also want to throw in just the crumb there that it's possible that the Zeri could go top lane as well. You know, we have seen Zeus do it into the Cassante a fair amount, but it is going to be the Rel finally locked in here for Zyko. It is a very strong bottom lane, but not necessarily easiest thing in the world. And in a Mumu last pick coming out for AoE, this is definitely reaching deep into the pockets here for Wilson. I look at this draft, there's a lot of big go buttons, and they have some wombo combo tools available to them. I think this is about the best we can expect from AoE. They're looking for these big combinations of damage, shut down Scary Jerry, shut down Spyrex, and in particular, shut down Yuji, who is playing a very immobile champion, and the Zyra, if not ahead, is very vulnerable.
And we've been hearing the whispers of Amumu maybe finding some friends. But no, in all actuality, it is something where you have a lot of the setup. You have multi-chain CCs. I mean, you think about the amount of time that you can be locked down with the combo of Amumu and with Leona. I think that's really what we're looking at, the combination for AoE to be super early and breezy, getting out of that safe lane where Cozy can play a little bit further back.
Yeah, it's really important for AoE to use the priority that they have down in the bottom lane to allow Breezy to move, because yes, Amumu does have the bandage toss, but the bandage toss also gets blocked by the plants, and that's one of the only places on the map, in fact, it's really the only place on the map where AoE should expect to have early priority. The Lucian and the Rumble can at least try to outpush in the mid and the top side, and Zyra with priority is absolutely terrifying. We've also seen that the Zyra doesn't have to play around the top side of the map. It is so good at setting up these tri-lanes down in the bottom lane that if Cozy is left to his own devices for too long, he's at risk of being dove.
And we've seen Yuji kind of bend a little bit in terms of sometimes playing towards Zamudo if he's finding a lot of strength, and sometimes going down towards this bot side that we know is strong. But we're getting into game one now, and it's Dragonsteel versus AoE. Don't let the score lines fool you. It may be David versus Goliath, but AoE trying to throw Dragonsteel for a loop. Make sure you're spamming in chat. Who you got? Dragonsteel, DSTL, or AoE for Area of Effect?
Like that Zamudo took a little bit of time there. I don't know if you saw, but he was like, what if I go double potions? What if I go sapphire crystal? It's like, okay, fine. I'll play the good items with his Doran's Ring. Finally finds himself out on the map a little bit late. And no, we haven't been seeing nearly as much dancing with Zamudo as we saw with Niles beforehand. So
it's all serious, all right?
Yeah, you know, it ends up working out. But looking at this, both teams going to be opting into normal lanes, it looks like. And AoE in particular, I worry for this because it is definitely a position where they should expect to be weaker at the normal way of playing League of Legends, because Dragonsteel is not only a very strong team, they're also a team that has had a lot of success with this lineup. And so I was looking for the wrinkle in the draft, the wrinkle in the game plan to come out from AoE. The Amumu seems to be it, and now that puts a lot of pressure on Wilson, who actually showcased that fighting this Amumu at the end of the draft is actually worth it.
You're going to have a lot of the setup on your shoulders here, and for a new addition, you know, obviously a little bit of weight on there as well. But also, we'll get a little bit of an engage on that 2v2 bot side.
Yeah.
Big trades back, though. They're going to be trying to push this wave out.
I also want to give a quick highlight here to Cozy, because I mostly know him, previously known as Cozy Shroud, played a lot of the Akali in the past, and now playing down in the bottom lane for reasons unknown, at least unknown to me, is definitely a very different position than what we're used to seeing him play. He's a very aggressive player a lot of the time, and on this Ezreal, he actually has the tools to try and be aggressive, but I don't think I've ever seen him play this way.
To keep track of how it goes as well. I think Barrack is also going to be an interesting addition here for AoE, obviously. Trying to find his own ground underneath himself against a very surging Zamudo in his own right. So try to see how that works out. But now we're looking at jungle paths as we go towards bot side. It looks like we're getting ready for a 3v3.
Makes sense, but you have to note that Amumu is way slower. Oh, it goes wide.
Oh no, Breezy in a lot of trouble there. Gets the Ignite burned onto him. Scary Jerry not going to go any further forward. They are fine with the pressure they have in the lane.
Forcing Breezy away means that the one place where you were hoping to find some priority for the side of AoE is gone. Breezy backing away, and Yuji now having the support of his bottom side means that you can still play for this Gromp because you clear out the wave, you clear out the camps so quickly. He is already here, and Breezy is just now coming out of base.
There's really nothing you can do if he got caught there. I mean, that's huge. The plants, even though not having the burn yet, does have the red buff for Yuji, so it has a little bit of damage back on the autos. And now he just gets to take away the Gromp because of this priority that Scary Jerry and Zyko have had. And this has been bread and butter for a lot of the games that Dragonsteel have won.
They've done it not just this season either. They did it last season as well, or last split rather, simply because of the strength that Scary Jerry and Zyko have had in the game. They've consistently been winning all their 2v2s. They had some of the highest incidents of 2v2 kills that we were seeing, and already 3 camps up, Yuji is already off to the races. And so the Stallion from AoE seems to be very rapidly tamed.
So far, breaking the horse pretty easily, but it's still early games, and Wilson going to be looking for his own Scuttle Crab on top side, so at least gets that one. But now you also have to start looking at the Dragon setup and potentially the Grubs as well, because AoE have gained a little bit of stability on this bot side, maybe even leaning towards that conversation we were having from draft where Breezy can get unlocked.
If Breezy can move, it will help their chances out quite a bit on the rest of the map, but we're going to have to look at the fact that Yuji, he's clearing so much faster.
Onat. Onat has no mana. One more auto. Oh my goodness. It's so close, but Onat's forced to back. He will have the TP.
The Nerves of Steel coming out from Onat. I definitely would have flashed there, but he's just like, nah, this guy doesn't have that damage. He is able to walk out with that, will be able to teleport, but he's going to be losing a fair amount of gold and experience off of this because there's not a cannon wave here. Spirax will be able to get back into lane with a much better buy. And we see another fight in the bottom side. Oh.
Couple spells going wide. Zenith Blade, though, Breezy overextends a little bit with an extra turret shot there. Just trying to get as much poke on a Scary Jerry, but Yuji has been spotted out. Flash out of the engage, but Zyko and Yuji, they have the angle. Shattering Strikes hits. They have the Grasping Roots ready to go. And Breezy, he just has to watch as his health bar taken from him. Dragonsteel strike first blood.
Really good patience coming out from Yuji, making sure not to throw out the Stranglethorns until he knows there's no opportunity for Breezy to get out. Losing the flash does mean that it is a relatively easy pickup, and going over to the prospective most valuable prospect, the first person, we call Bradley 2 Chains. What is it? It's got he gets a trophy.
He gets a trophy. I don't know. We got to think of new wording for that one.
I'm thinking of some things, but none of them are okay to say.
Yeah, okay, we'll move away from that one. As Dragon gets started up by AoE, we get the all-out and topside. Zamudo flashing out, nicely done there. Almost loses his life. Barrick going on the aggressive.
Really good stuff coming out of Barrick, knowing that his opponent does have the Ignite. He is able to find a lot, but Yuji still going to be picking up these Grubs in exchange for the Hextech Dragon on the far side, and Barrick, yes, he gets the summoner spells out of Zamudo, but Zamudo is going to be able to walk back into lane, has the Mercury Treads already coming through, and Barrick, he's going to have to be very careful because Yuji is still in the area, and now they know with no ultimate, he does not have the same amount of Unstoppable, and Yuji chooses not to go that direction. Instead, he does the Zyra thing, he goes back to farming his own camps.
And for all the LCS viewers that are still sticking around, if you don't know Yuji's name, well, you need to start learning because at some point I do expect this guy to be showing his face in the LCS. One of the only players that we know to be this prominent from Mongolia, but also literally hitting Challenger across all the Tier 1 regions, but also just finding himself as a key centerpiece for FlyQuest, their developmental program, for so much time, and now transitioning his power over to the collegiate space with Maryville, now Dragonsteel.
The only reason why he's not in the LCS already is because he would take up an import slot, and so I'm really hoping that that's something that teams will start being willing to deal with, because Yuji has been absolutely sick. He's had crazy hands, and especially over the last year has gotten so much better at the macro game. At the same time, you've really seen him find his confidence, and by moving over towards the other side, we see a fight in the bot lane.
Oh, they're taking advantage of Cozy here. They have the AoE through it. Scary Jerry is going to end up backing away after that one, but they push Cozy and Co out of the turret. Might be even looking at more plates.
It's brutal. Already up 2,000.
What kills?
Jeez. All right, calm down, guys.
That's aggressive, Cozy. I don't know if you can back right there. He does end up being forced off of it, and Scary Jerry moves back to get the plates. They were like, "Hey, I heard you talk about Yuji. You got to talk about us down here.
We gotta talk about
need
someone
something
else.
happening."
Well, I gotta bring this up right now. I know it's only 8 minutes into the game, but this is dire, right? This is really rough. Every single member on the side of Dragonsteel is above their counterpart on the other side, and a 2,500 gold lead with a single kill. This is coming off the fact that they are just farming better. They are outlaning all of their opponents. And this is one of those spots where I used to play in a lot of just like for fun pickup tournaments back in the day, back at like your local LAN centers and stuff. And sometimes this would happen, right? You would go in with your buddies and you'd be like, oh, well, those guys are all masters and we're platinums and diamonds. So we got to come up with something crazy. I'm still looking for that crazy to come out from AoE. We got to see it in their eyes.
Got to give them the crazy eye.
Exactly. Oh, they're looking crazy in the mid lane, but Cozy's in trouble.
Dragonsteel's looking like a literal dragon right now. The prediction with the Ultra Shock Laser and Scary Jerry Zyko combined for another kill pot.
And the play in the mid lane doesn't go off. Spyrex still even has his flash. AoE, they're trying to find something.
Machinations of man. AoE putting it on full display, but Spyrex going to initially flash out so he just gets the distance. Will seed his tower over, but AoE can't get the play.
It's just a plate going through, and Onat likes that money, but we see that it's so much better on the top half of the map, and Zyko comes in.
Trying to find Onat in mid lane. Breezy body blocking for him. The crashdown comes through. They really just get the Stranglethorn down. Yuji just wants to outright kill Breezy, but that was all your damage onto the tank. Now Zyko going to be forced to flash, but Yuji with the burn does get the kill in the end. Spyrax here with the calling, and now Onat can do nothing but watch. Double kill goes over, and Scary Jerry sliding his way over here to help take down Wilson. Zyko goes down anyways, but it's Martyrdom City for the Saints, and Dragonsteel here have come up big.
I mean, props to AoE. I was worried that we were in perfect game territory, but the fact that Wilson finds that one means that it's not going to be, but it's 4,500 gold already. It's only 10 minutes into the game, Mizzle. What do you even do? They were looking for the crazy play, but Spyrex knows he's the crazy play, and he just says, I have no reason to be here. Cozy, I was waiting for Arc and Shift in to try and find something because they are so far behind.
Down 30 CS.
Down 30 CS. You got to try and find something.
That's the problem, though. Like, and this is expected, right? Like, this is the setup we expect from Dragonsteel. They are just ruthless.
I'm ready to call this one. Time of death, like 10 minutes in. There's all this money going over to Yuji, finding 3 kills. He's up over 1,000 gold on Onat, the opposing mid laner. After this fight, he's already up multiple levels on his jungle opponent. This is an incredibly difficult position for AoE to try and navigate. And this is where I start looking for, hey, does Onat have a Katarina?
Oh, he had Zyko caught out in transition here. He has nobody to help him, but he does have the blast cone. And maybe that's the only friend you need, because Wilson now has been brought back to Scary Jerry. And I feel like I'm watching Castaway here as Wilson's just left out to dry.
I mean, what do you do? Spyrex is still pushing in the mid lane. They have priority. They're still looking for this mid laner.
Spyrex moving over. They got Grubageddon. AoE do not want to let that go easily. Unfortunately, Yuji leaves his former FlyQuest teammate, but also complete right-hand man in Spyrax alone.
Yeah, you know, I get it. Considering how much we praise Yuji and Spyrax, there's a lot that you can fight out as these two players, but going into a 2v4, maybe not the best one to go for. So AoE looking to at least pick up their second dragon of the game. That'll give them a little bit more bonus stats, but you know, you look at the top side, Zamudo's still up 20 to 30 CS. The mid lane, actually the only place Onat is slightly above Spyrex in terms of gold, but it's a very difficult position to be in, and moving over to an Ocean Dragon, I don't think really helps out their ability to take these fights. Whoa!
Ooh, the flash comes out there to get away from the knockback from Barrack. Really nicely timed from Zamudo, but does burn his flash. Both of them down that summoner spell.
I like the idea, just a little bit too slow on the trigger. Zamudo is able to find his way out, and that means he just goes right on back to, hey, what if I just started hitting you with all these rockets all the time? Are you going to do anything about that?
Yuji's over here.
Yeah.
He just took the blast cone over as well, and Barrack unsuspecting, gonna walk back towards the bush, and there's some evil plants in there, bro, as now Barrick is trying to 1v1 Yuji, but the bird, it's so much, he's gonna smite him to get the slowdown. He's gonna all out, has a little bit of distance, but it's not gonna be nearly enough.
The spacing coming out from Yuji was absolutely ridiculous, trying to make sure that Barrick never had an opportunity to all out him over a wall. Gonna buy Zamudo even more plates up in the top side of the map, even more gold. Yes, there are 2 dragons going over to AoE. They found a couple of kills so far this game, but now Yuji just walks out of any threat from Wilson, and now they're trying to find something on Spyrax.
They go for the flash. They just have to pull something off. They have to do something. Look at that CC chain. Spyrax is down to Cozy.
Okay, this might be the one criticism that we can actually make about Dragonsteel, but it's going to be rapidly taken care of. Just kidding.
Okay, they don't want.
This might be my one criticism.
They don't want the smoke.
Of Dragonsteel, actually, is that this happens to Spyrax fairly often. He ends up getting caught out a lot because I think he has to have a reputation at this point from scrimming all these teams. Like, yeah, Spyrax will just push. Like, sometimes he will just be a little bit too far forward when the rest of his team is not in a position to take anything else on the map. However, Dragonsteel's like, yeah, but what if we were in a place to take something on the map?
Yeah.
What if we got the bot tower in exchange? What if we got Trabageddon? What if we got a ton of plates? And now Wilson trying to move his way into Yuji's jungle, but he's going to get pushed out.
We are looking at a hefty lead for Dragonsteel. We're also looking at first items nearly completed across the table here. AoE being a little bit aggressive, though. They try to take away this blue. Yuji's just going to smite it away from Wilson, though, in the end. And this is now a move towards Rift Herald by Dragonsteel.
Yeah, Wilson's sticking around. He has no flash, so he will give up that ground. Zyko and Yuji put a lot of pressure. And now Ona, I mean, he can try and go for some kind of steals, but it looks as though AoE are already committed to doing something else on the map. And that gives me a time to hit this wonderful button, Zell, and showcase. It's actually not as much as I thought it was going to be. It is still a... Is that right? 5 plates?
But it's the local gold, right?
Oh, that's true. If it didn't actually go over to anyone, it might not have gotten picked up in our graphic. But either way, though, the top lane turret is going to be falling here in just a moment as well, Mazel. And Dragonsteel just consistently pushing AoE out of all parts of their map.
And I see this map state on top side as well, and you just have to find a way to stop the bleeding in some ways. But this is also a situation where this is what we kind of expected coming into it. I mean, Dragonsteel have consistently been 30, 40 CS above in a lot of their matchups. I mean, now Yuji is sitting at 60 above. But the entrance is that Wilson always has CC chains if he can hit them. Bandage toss number 1 is not going to connect. Luckily, you have another one. No, Nat. Trying to get him into the alcove here. That bandage toss connects. He's going to probably get the damage on his Zamudo. No, Zamudo! That was a little close there. I was surprised Wilson didn't just pop the curse.
Yeah, that was very bold from AoE, but it ends up working out in their favor. Now they have to give over a ton of ground as Dragonsteel comes down. I don't know. You say you gotta stop the bleeding, but this definitely feels like watching Saving Private Ryan or something, where it's like, medic!
Oh, no.
Please! They're down 6,000 gold at 16 minutes. There's a dragon spawning. If AoE can somehow steal this dragon and get the Ocean Soul, perhaps it'll give them some opportunity, but as the mid lane turret also falls, they lose even more control of this side of the jungle. They have to be pushed back very, very far. So this is actually where you just give so much freedom over to Dragonsteel and Onat.
Oh, if he overextends just a little bit more, there's a double CC coming his way. As you see AoE try to gain a little bit more ground out on the map. Spyrax in the side lane might be the target here, but you also have to think Dragon is coming up. AoE, they could be pushing for a soul point here.
This is probably the last hurrah coming out from AoE, is playing around this dragon. They're doing a good job. They're already moving up. They have a couple of their big item spikes with the Trinity forces on both Onet and Cozy. However, it is nowhere near as large of power spikes as on the other side. And Spyrax actually regrouping with his team.
Oh my god! Call Yuji Tom Hanks because he's manhandling that ball! Wilson just gets forced out of play. Zyko is down, but the burns are starting to connect. And Scary Terry wants to focus now. Look at the lightning crash damage. Wilson goes right back in. Barrick is sacrificing his life, but he's down. A double kill for Spyrax. And Onat's almost gone too. Zamudo trying to chase him. There's the equalizer from distance. And that's a full clean ace for Dragonsteel.
Dragonsteel get everything off of this. They're going to stop the Dragon technique. They're going to get the mid lane charge off. and that started off as an undermanned fight. Zamudo took forever to join because he doesn't have the teleport, but the equalizer comes through. They get the mid lane turret, they get the dragon, they get a full ace, and they're even going drifting, going up to the top lane.
See if he can drift his way around this wall here, but goes straight
not
to
quite.
the wall anyways. Just gonna go clear this wave. You have a Dragon Steel up almost 10,000 gold, and this has been the, I guess, culmination of a long time coming. Dragon Steel very upset that they were finishing second fiddle in spring, and they made a statement at the very beginning of the split saying they were going for an undefeated split, and so far they've made good on that.
Yeah, it's looking very strong. Also, Yuji getting very close to the Flame Horizon in the jungle, which is very impressive at the same time. Has the Rylai's. He knows he doesn't actually need to build more damage because the rest of his team already does nothing but damage. Just a little bit of more control will help out quite a bit. So, Mazel, at this point, we got to start thinking about what is kind of next for AoE. Are there ways for them to come back? I think one of the big things that will depend a lot is on if this is the final iteration of their new roster, or if Cozy is just going to go back to its top.
Unfortunately, we haven't gotten confirmation on that just yet, but now we actually look at Spyrex having to flash up the wall. True Shot brought into 2. Oh no, Wilson! He's left out! Wilson! They get Freezy in the end, and Wilson can't do anything here. As now Zamudo is going to block off the exit with the red carpet. They get the kill. Magnet Storm in now, and it's just an unstoppable onslaught, and maybe an unstoppable dragon. As Wilson left all on his lonesome, the curse of the sad mummy will truly be sad, and Dragon Steel will do permanent damage in mid lane.
As the inhibitor falls under 20 minutes into the game, Dragon Steel are able to move around the gold over 12,000 in Dragon Steel's favor at this point, and Dragon Steel, like, they really feel like they can do no wrong. We take a look at the gold graph briefly, and there's a couple like small dips, a couple small mistakes along the way, but we asked how effectively Dragon Steel would be able to dismantle his opponent, and the answer is very clearly that they are passing this test.
Still needing to close out cleanly to some extent, and I guess at this point it just becomes how good they can close this one out as well, with how much they've already been able to flex around a lot of these team fights. Now with the strength they have, Baron is coming up, maybe that'll be the play, but we take a look back.
Yeah, I mean, there was a small moment here where Spyrex looked like he was in trouble, but as you called out, you know, with the Castaway references, Wilson could not participate in this. There's maybe an opportunity to go for a flash ult, but the rest of his team is pushed back by the Zyra ultimate, and everyone just gets cleaned up immediately after that. I was actually wondering if we were going to see a sub-20-minute game in this one, but not quite, not quite.
They want to play with their food a little bit. Have you ever known dragons to not want to play with their food? I don't know. Dragon Steel representing the dragon kind here.
I don't know.
You know many dragons?
Personally, actually several. My best friend is a dragon.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe they can talk. You can figure out what's cooking at Dragon Steel, because they are cooking a lot here. That's a lot of plans too, as the Baron's already going down. He can't do it. He's just a little volleyball. What is he to do? As they go right in for the engage. Look at that equalizer on top of Breezy. It's just burning in between everybody. Nice little separation, though, on a Scary Jerry Barrack. He finally gets him. Nice shutdown there. In AoE, they've caught Dragon Steel sleeping at the wheel. They don't have the health bars to try to take this Baron, though.
Oh my gosh, it looked so good for Dragon Steel, but Spyrex still up top side, going to pick up a dragon, and even though AoE win the fight, they're losing the war as the structures are starting to fall around everything, and Yuji single-handedly, Psycho is also there, but Yuji is pushing back everyone in these fights, and now Spyrex, he's almost got the top lane turret. Okay, careful.
Rocket Barrage. I don't know if he's got... Psycho comes in and cleans the deal up. Yuji there to help him out as well, and best laid plans, I guess, Joshi.
Yeah. Of mice and men, and now it's going to be looking like Dragon Steel. A little bit of a fumble in that last one. We did see that Cassante is still doing Cassante things. So, you know, Scary Jerry's
trying to do tricks with the ball, and they just fumbled it. You know, they're showing off.
I know as our resident marksman player here, Mazel, whenever there's a Cassante in the game, I hear the sighs like going through your head. Scary Jerry got one of those as well. I was like, oh, well, I guess he can still do that. My bad. But
this is why Barrack picked it. He's like, this is through the draft. I know I can get him.
I know. As long as I can get everybody to die on the other team once, I think that'll be a win for AoE. They still need to take down Yuji at least a single time, but there's a dragon spawning very soon. Spyrax is over there to make sure that it is at least contested, and Dragonsteel can just do the Baron kind of whenever they want. They're still looking for the picks, though.
They are indeed. We have crested over the shortest game mark, so Dragonsteel will no longer be looking
what was
for
the
that
shortest
one.
game?
It was 21:59, Winthrop versus Dragonsteel. So,
fair enough. Beating Winthrop!
Wilson? Take that one. Zyko.
Okay.
He's looking for a potential. That's the flash play. They get the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's not enough. Wilson's just gone. Stranglethorn across the choke point, and Barrack is locked down. Now he's trying to go for it. He's trying to find Scary Jerry, but there's nothing left for him to give. They go right back to the Baron.
Yo, that equalizer was hot. Zamudo just completely stopping any aggression from AoE in its tracks, and Yuji just cementing it. Now they go right on over towards the Baron. They take it down in record time, and it should be the last push coming out from Dragonsteel.
As the rally cry Baron buff comes down, you might only get to see these champions once in this best of 3, but my goodness, are we having a masterful display from Dragonsteel across the board. Obviously, Yuji having a lot of strength there, but Zamudo's equalizers this game have been insane. There's a reason why we see it banned against him all the time going into this. Even if it's full fearless and you can only play it once, you don't even want to give him that one time.
It's just absolutely brutal. Dragonsteel, they move over just to make sure AoE don't have any funny ideas about this dragon, but Cozy and Breezy now in desperate trouble.
Dude, Breezy's going to try to body block for Cozy, but Cozy might be a little too overextended. Going to Arcane Shift, going to flash, but it doesn't matter because Zyko times it perfectly.
Really good stuff from Zyko. That's something that has always impressed me about the Dragonsteel players, is their ability to hold on to all of their abilities and just consistently take down members. They know that they don't need to start with the crowd control. They just need to guarantee the crowd control, and one of the best ways to do that is just by running at your opponent. And now, preventing anybody from even defending this turret. Cozy's not going to be up. This should be the death knell.
They've got Grubageddon, and it's being fully unleashed onto AoE. Breezy forced the flash away. They still have the minions here to take down the turret. Cozy gonna hit an item spike, but it's way too late for that one. He's already down. He's gonna be coming up soon for the defense, but the Swarm has hit, and they move on to mid lane in him.
I haven't played Swarm yet, actually. I imagine it's probably something like this, where eventually the pressure is just too much. Dragonsteel, I am a little bit surprised that they're not pushing to end the game. This definitely feels like one of those games where you can kind of treat it like a growing opportunity. You can be very aggressive. Just say, hey, you know, it's totally fine if this one dive to try and end things goes wrong, because we're still up 15,000, 16,000 gold in this game. It would take several colossal mistakes.
Yeah, you got mess around and find out money, and they might be messing around now as they are trying to get AoE's final kilter here. They do move Spyrax up over there. They just take out Onat as well. The crash down and Wilson, he's gone. Spyrax on a killing spree now, and AoE's final turret around the inhibs is going down now. Scary Jerry, he's getting all outed, but he will be defended this time as Dragonsteel are strong together, and they will remain the defiant. And in here in NACL as they move to a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 over AoE's chaotic entrance. And now we have to see what the answer is going to be, because 20,000 almost in a gold lead is a doozy.
Yeah, I was about to say, somebody needs to ping Leo, the stats guy, on Twitter and ask him how much or how close to the all-time gold lead Dragonsteel actually found in this last game, because that was one of the most one-sided games we've seen in a while. And I think I don't really want to fault AoE for this. There's a lot of tough situations that they have been put in with all the roster changes going through, and this is an opportunity for these players to try and come back later on. But as we said, this was very, very tough. Yuji, natural player of the game, the only player on his team who didn't die.
Yeah, that 0 is going to be a little bit of a nightmare situation for AoE, but it really was from minute 1 that Yuji was taking advantage of the pathing around the map and taking advantage of some of the roster swaps on AoE. But again, we said it from the very beginning, and the conversation still remains strong. Maybe looking at a first double most valuable prospect conversation for this guy. He has been on a tear this split and last.
Looking really good overall. I'm really looking forward to what else Dragon Steel have in their pockets. We do know that there's going to be another game coming through, and all the champions that they were playing will be taken off the table. But that's the thing about the top teams. It doesn't matter if they have certain champions that they're the best on, because they are so good at their second and third champs anyway.
They are indeed, and that game one delivered greatness for Dragon Steel. We'll see what the bounce back is going to look like, though. On the other side of this break, we'll have game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel, and I'm joined by Joshi, of course. And we already had a game one done and dusted. Almost 20,000 goal in the lead was Dragonsteel when they came raining down on AoE. And now it's about a little bit of a bounce back if they can. We're going to take a look at that game itself.
Yeah, this one was not close. We saw a little bit of a fumble coming out from Dragonsteel around the Baron, where they tried to take down the members of AoE super quickly, but Wilson, the volleyball, was able to get himself out of that pretty easily, and they actually got a couple of kills. However, the game was still not close. Yeah, I believe, like, eyeballing that, it was still like a 12,000 gold lead even after the miniature throw, and it didn't really matter. So Dragonsteel now up in a very dominant position. AoE still trying to find their first win.
It was a bit of a roughie for sure. And when you're looking at the stat lines for both these teams, obviously coming into it 6-0 versus 0-6, you wonder what the expectations can be. And we kind of got that in game number one. I mean, consistent CS differentials in top, in jungle, in bot lane as well. And just taking advantage of a lot of the swapping that we saw from AoE's roster. But that is also a question where Dragonsteel needed to come in here and handle business if they really wanted to keep to that promise of having an undefeated split here in summer.
Yeah, I'm still trying to speculate a little bit on the morale in the AoE camp at this point when there are so many changes. It's really hard for anyone to stay focused. This isn't a criticism of the players at all, right? It is generally just when everything is changing around you and it's so chaotic, it becomes very difficult to continue doing what it is that you want to be doing. So I really hope that we get to see them fire back a little bit. Like I was mentioning before, Mazel, I really want to see a wrinkle in the draft strategy. If there's, like I said, if Onat has like a Katarina or some other crazy pick that we can see coming through, maybe we send Barrick down to towards the bottom side so that Cozy can play as a Kali again. Something that will really upset the balance of power is pretty much the only way I see AoE finding a win.
Now, hey, now to say it is full Mega Overdrive Fearless.
Okay.
So that means that you don't have to face that composition that Dragonsteel had before. So, hey, that's a positive.
They did use a lot of power picks.
In all actuality, there are a ton of power picks that were taken off of that game number one, also for AoE's side.
True. That's one of the things that we do like about this is we do know that everything will be different going into the second game. However, I don't know how much that's going to be affecting Dragonsteel here, Mazel, because like we were saying, you don't normally see Zamudo play the Rumble because it's usually banned against him. And so it's like, oh, yes, we get to be blue side and we get to play a Rumble and we didn't have to first pick it. Everything seems to be looking up for Dragonsteel. Everything's really going for Millhouse right now.
And now, if you take a look at the center of your screen, those are all the bans that are off the table now going into this one. And we'll see AoE on the blue side for this second game, Dragonsteel on the red side. So counter pick this time available for them, very lethal in that regard, but maybe a continuation of the same bans for AoE, even though they're swapping sides as the Karthus comes off.
And Dragonsteel not going to be making the same draft decisions that AoE did. It looks as though AoE is going to be repeating a lot of their bans. However, Dragonsteel knows, hey, Tristana's still very good, Corki's still very good. Maybe we don't let anybody play this, whereas wow, the Gangplank coming through as a ban? Like,
Zamudo played it?
He did, but it's just one of those champions that has not been that popular. You're seeing it pop up a little bit, right? It's very obvious to me that people are playing this a little bit in scrims, just because we also saw some bans towards it in the LCS. So this is definitely one of those spots where Dragonsteel seems to have this just champion ocean they can pull from.
We already get the similar bans again, at least the Senna going to be banned away to take away some of the duality of Cozy and Breezy there. But I like the Ashe ban towards Dragonsteel. Obviously, it's something that AoE aren't going to be looking to first pick.
Now, I wonder if AoE is going to be going for something like the Corki here. It is one of the strongest champions, but instead it is going to be the Nautilus picked up here for Breezy. I'm not super high on this champ in general, and so the fact that it's being first picked here worries me, because AoE kind of kicking it down the line, forcing Dragonsteel to pick the powerful picks. And with this showing already, Nidalee still very powerful. Please just pick the Braum and make Breezy have a terrible day. Nothing against Breezy, but like you're first picking Nautilus.
I don't know if I've ever seen an Animorph in real life, but Yuji's real close to it with Nidalee. This guy has been actually insane on the pick, and the fact that he's going to be bringing it out with just a kind of blind setup here. They are putting a ton of confidence in Yuji himself and a ton of backup there.
Go back. The other one. Do the other one. That's still cool. Not the brand, please. All right.
He's like trying to micromanage AoE.
Please, I want to see something, right? I do feel as though those champions, while maybe not the strongest thing in the world, do create a lot of opportunities for AoE just because they're weird. Instead, they're going to be picking up something very normal across the board, as the Kaisa and the Nautilus are the champions that are picked up. The brand comes through, and now Dragonsteel, they're also getting the Yone for themselves. When the Corki and Tristana are not the champions that everybody's playing, Yone has been hovering just beneath the surface.
And honestly, it's a pick you're fine taking a Corki. So if not available because of that first game, but it's if that was going to be available, I think it's really interesting the way that Spyrax has specifically played around the Yone, and a lot of times it's kind of the just go win button for them around the 25-minute mark, and they have the bridge building there with Yuji if he gets ahead. So we're in the second phase now. We get the LeBlanc, the Aatrox ban away from Dragonsteel. It is going to be the Renekton focus right now for AoE.
I actually wonder if this is an opportunity for the Akshan to make another appearance coming through from Ona. It is one of those champions that does do okay into the Yone, at least historically, but at the same time, you have to be very careful about all of the champions that can just pair so well with this Nidalee. You already have some crowd control in the Yone, you have the crowd control of the Alistar with the knockup, so it's a little bit more difficult to coordinate because of the Z-axis. Whenever people get knocked up, you have to shoot at their feet, but if Veil getting taken away means that there's still a lot of options available to Dragonsteel, and the Ziggs would surprise me, but the Jhin would not.
I would love to see a little bit of follow-up setup for the combo of Yuji and Spyrax. That Jhin would unlock that a lot, but maybe just going with a damage-centered bot lane in some regard, and the Alistar Ziggs combo here.
Yeah, the Ziggs here surprises me because generally both Nidalee and Ziggs like being the solo magic damage source on a team, and Dragonsteel has both of them, so they're going to be kind of competing for that a little bit. However, like you said, it is just a lot of damage coming out from Dragonsteel. They still have an opportunity to pick up the top side. They're waiting for the counter pick opportunity with that, and I like this hover. It seems unlikely to me. I think Faker is the only person who's played this champion.
Oh, it's the Jhin fourth pick for AoE. So they're buying into the 4 mantra here for themselves. But this is the double marksman style, and it's something we've seen crop up a lot where you go 3 or maybe even 4 carries here, where we see a lot in the LPL. But they are gonna have a little bit of a double-edged sword, need a little bit of stability here to round it out with their 5th.
I don't know if stability is the way
no,
to
you just
victory.
go button, 4 carries.
I
Let's
really
go.
do think that is it. Something. Ooh, Barrett going to be bringing out the Olaf, another
It's
classic
a little bit of
pick.
both.
Yeah, absolutely. I do really think you just need to up the variance of the game. You need to start rolling dice and starting to hope you roll 6s. And so this Olaf definitely as a champion, well, maybe not the strongest into exactly what Dragonsteel is already showing. It's something that Barrick has had a lot of success on in the past, and now we get to see what it is that Zamuda wants to play into it.
So obviously this is something they've hovered consistently throughout the split, something that Zabuto was willing to pull out in the past, but it is the Jace in the end that's going to be the kind of long distance damage, but also that matchup into the Olaf.
Yeah, the Jace going into the Olaf is very surprising to me. It's not something that you oftentimes see all that often, just because of the danger that getting hit by a single axe oftentimes presents. And the one thing I do like about it is it does a ton of damage across the rest of the team. You don't really have a strong front line, so Dragonsteel, they aren't like, well, you have a lot of squishy members. What if they get by a single skill shot and just die?
That's the biggest difficulty, is all the damage from distance and then the follow through that is there for Dragonsteel, and especially with the tempo they took in the last game, it's definitely putting a little bit more of the onus on them. But you're trying to see what works for AoE and what a bounce back can look like. It does feel like trying to get a lot of the setup around this mid-jungle duo is going to be an important factor for them. And again, trying to see if Breezy can get out of lane.
Yeah. This is going to be an interesting game. The last time, okay, not the last time. I've seen Kaisa mid between them, but the time I think about Kaisa is always a match that Doxa played like 3 years ago at this point during the height of COVID, where the rest of his team was absolutely getting dunked on, and Doxa was the only player who was doing well at all. However, he hit 3 items on the Kaisa. He's like, okay, I can solo carry this game, and he did. And that's one of the things that I'm going to be looking at from Onat this time around, but he doesn't have the same kind of build, or rather the same kind of rune setup that will imply that he's going to be going for the very heavy AP poke style of build. So it is going to be harder for Onat. He has to be very careful with picking his moment, because if he picks wrong, he just dies to Yuji Zamuda.
And that's not something you want to have going down early, especially what that will enable around the rest of the map. Make sure you're spamming who you got in chat at least. AoE for Area of Effect, DSTL for Dragonsteel. And also, if you like all this stuff, if you're having a lot of fun watching us or listening to us, make sure you subscribe, because half the proceeds go to supporting the players and teams you see on your screen right now. So really nice. And you get all those cool emotes on top of that as well.
Hell yeah. And now it is going to be Dragonsteel going through. They took a little bit longer than they perhaps needed to. They had a couple of small fumbles in the last game, and now it is going to be on Dragonsteel to once again take control of this game. And the interesting thing is seeing that both junglers are starting on the opposite sides of the map. And already some fighting coming through, and there's not a fire back from Scary Jerry because he's just playing Ziggs.
I wonder how they're going to be able to get this damage down. Some of the shots from Cozy just trying to clear the wave so they can get level 2 as quick as possible. You can be very oppressive with the Nautilus Jhin combo down there.
Yeah. Whoa, that's an interesting start coming through from Zamudo, starting with the acceleration gauge. Just making sure that if he starts getting tagged by those axes, he still has the Thundering Blow and has a lot of movement speed to run. So cool attack coming through from Zamudo to actually try and navigate this oftentimes difficult matchup. Oh, Breezy. He's totally fine.
Look. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. A little miscoordination. Cozy wanted to go for a little bit of a ward, but they're going to keep pressing there. Yuji is under vision here, and I want to take a look at those paths going down.
Yeah, Brand will be on the bottom side, so Wilson can do something there, but Yuji is clearing towards the top half of the map. And Zamudo does have this large wave. Now, if there's a team that is going to be looking for these dives, Dragonsteel would be one of them, and they have a good timer to do it if Yuji chooses to skip the Krugs. But Yuji's not the kind of player who skips Krugs, man. He has to get every single meal.
Has to. You gotta stay fed. All right, they're feeding the Dragonsteel boys good over there. All right.
Yeah.
We are looking at the culmination and pathings though, and I think this is where we can harken back to that game number 1, where we were seeing Yuji handle a lot of the pathing against Wilson early. I think Wilson will have a little bit more say in what he can do on the map proactively. And speaking of proactively, looks like we're going to get those trades here of the Scuttles.
Yeah, very normal early game coming through. However, I do have to say that Zamudo has navigated this early game very well. The fact that he's already level 4, he's getting the back off and has the tier without really having any threat put onto him. And even gets the cheater recall off so he can go back towards the top side without expending the teleport. Very good stuff already coming out from the top side. But now Wilson is here, and Jerry has
got a flank. AoE, go for the engage preemptively. Jerry doesn't have any AoE, but Zyko has that headbutt. And it's Wilson that just gives him an escape path.
A beautiful escape coming through from Zyko. The only sad part is that he was not able to get Wilson underneath the turret, but a great flash coming through from Zyko to get himself out of that one. But now, this is not over for them. They have a very tough position to be in this bottom side of the map because they're low, Scary Jerry is almost out of mana, and they don't know that Wilson is out of the area.
Yuji was spotted out on that ward. Really nice warding play coming out from AoE early on in this one. I'd love to see it. But Yuji will just continue hard clearing his jungle. Now he also look at topside, and Barrett going to be forced off the wave there. But also next things are Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds.
Grubs will spawn a while after that. So overall, really good stuff from Dragonsteel early on in the game. We do see Spyrex suffering a little bit in the mid lane, which is not a huge surprise. Fiona oftentimes does struggle into a number of these marksmen in the mid lane. However, Onat, now with no mana, is potentially a target. There is a knockup, and Yuji is in the area.
Oh, Zamudo, he doesn't know, though. There's a lane gank covered, and he just senses something. Gonna get burned on the back, and Wilson gonna flash. Zamudo trades his.
I really like that, though, from Wilson, because you just need to get the flash from Zamudo. That is the only escape from the Olaf. So, no, every single one of those axes is just that much more threatening. But Breezy walks over to potentially protect the Raptors, does not actually do so. And Dragonsteel, even though it's not the same kind of just blowing the game wide open, still have leads across the map. Onat still hasn't really cemented this lead into more damage on the structure, and Spyrex is now in a very even position in the mid lane, which is very tough for AoE to deal with.
I think Breezy's taking heed of the signage around the jungle, and that it's Cougar Country. Yeah, you can't just go walking into Cougar Country unawares. And, I know that after, a little bit of zookeeper time. I actually didn't get to work with cougars, but I actually get to spend time around them when I went on a visiting trip to another zoo which was really interesting.
All right,
But that zoo's going to continue here. Zamudo, he might need to find himself a little bit of animal instinct to get out of here, but it's not going to matter. The CC chain is there, and first blood for AoE.
The gank was much needed. It might have been MILF Manor up on the top side, but Yuji not in the spot he needs to be. Now, though, they're still looking to try and stop AoE from getting all of these grubs. Wilson still only level 5.
They actually just completely take this one. UG can't really step up to Breezy's angle there, even if they did have vision for Dragonsteel around it. Going to be taken, and nice looks from AoE. Much different than that first game. They're actually able to get something on the map.
That's where getting that flash earlier from Zamudo really comes in handy. You know you have a target towards the top side. You see that he's trying to build up this big wave, and a small misplay. Jerry already used the Mega Inferno Bomb, but Zyko does not want to let Cozy just back for free.
Cozy has level 6. Maybe he can use it to clear the wave. Here comes Breezy, though. Get a little bit of damage onto Zyko while the dragon is going down over to the side of Dragonsteel. Going to throw up the Yumi emote, and everything's going to be fine and dandy down here.
Everyone will get their backs off shortly. Scary Jerry is still trying to get enough damage down, make sure that Breezy cannot freeze this wave out, but the dragon gets picked up by Dragonsteel. Zamudo does seem to have a good idea that someone is in the area, but that's his phase rush down, which means if he gets tagged by an axe, he doesn't even have the movement speed to rely on.
And also, collapse can mean a lot because you're trying to get the opposite side play right now, where Yuji's been playing consistently around this bot side. Spyrax was going for a solo bolo under turret. Now we're going to look at the dive onto Zamudo. Wilson tanking up the turret here a little early, and it's split here. Zamudo might actually have the outplay ready, and AoE don't want the smoke.
Masterful stuff coming from Zamudo to make sure he does not get frozen on, does not get dove, and just challenging Barrick right into wave. And Barrick believed him. Barrick definitely thought this is not a fight that I can go for. And at the same time, the pressure in the bottom side is not over. Mazel, they're looking for a dive.
They are. Scary Jerry did have to burn the flash there. Looks like they got an engage for AoE, so not going to have that. But Spyrax, 4v2 coming down. The satchel charge goes in. Double pulverized. And it's being AoE pulverized into dust as they're juggling beautifully. Dragonsteel execute 2 members under turret.
A lot of gold going through. We'll see what Wilson gets on the other side. He's gotten a couple of camps, but he's already getting pinged out. They know exactly where he is. Zamudo knows he needs to be careful. He can't full push this because he is once again under threat in the top side of the map. Dragonsteel take control across the board. Unfortunately, the one kill that got on Zamudo early seems to be the only recompense that we've seen from AoE.
And I got to give some love over to the bot lane of Dragonsteel. Ziggs is not a pick that we've gotten to see from Scary Jerry so far this split, and he's been pressuring so heavy.
Bold.
This is the flash, but this all leads to what we saw under turret.
That was really bold coming out from Scary Jerry. With almost no mana, Ziggs just walking up towards the Nautilus. He actually just loses the auto attack trade if the full fight comes through, but just buying enough space as AoE. When this dive comes through, just seeing all the pressure all at the same time, the barrier just barely keeping Cozy alive briefly, but then Spyrax at the same time does not even need to ult as they find plates, they find multiple kills, and giving it over to Yuji and Spyrax, the strongest mid-jungle 2v2 in the entire league, spells disaster for AoE.
And we're just seeing so much growth as a whole from this Dragonsteel roster, but also that bot lane, being able to play different styles, being able to play very flexible, but also trying to play around what the rest of the team can play strength through. So Ziggs kind of enabling that a little bit, but really Yuji enabling himself in a lot of regards. There is an AoE play on mid lane trying to be unfolded, but nothing else going to come of it as they saw Yuji around the corner. Zyko is there. Breezy wanted the engage, but doesn't find it.
Spirit just barely going short, but we also have the second set of grubs spawning in just a moment. Dragonsteel trying to make sure that AoE do not get all 6 of them or even 4 of them. That's why Zyko is already at the top side of the map. Jerry also has the teleport if he needs to shift his way up, but with Spyrax taking so much priority in the mid lane, like they're just creating so much pressure on the far side of the map that they are looking for a dive.
Onats, Kaisa not going to find the difference so far in this game, and slowly but surely that Dragonsteel lead getting ever so out in front of AoE. As they will be denied grub again. They're going to try to contest it over here. Wilson is on this side of the map, but they really don't have any vision besides right in front of the pit, so they can't walk up.
And Barrick, having lost so much of his HP, getting consistently outlaned here by Zamudo just means that is the signal AoE have to give up all of these grubs in the top side of the map. And Zamudo just free to continue putting pressure. At the same time, Cozy on this Jhin not really able to do any damage to Scary Jerry, not able to create more pressure, and Scary Jerry continuing to build up that gold lead. And it's a very different style coming through from Dragonsteel, like you said, but showcasing that they can play slower styles of game, showcasing that they can play rapid fire blitz gameplay is good for Dragonsteel. I'm just a little bit surprised that this is what they're opting into in this series.
Scary Jerry, our most improved player in spring. It's been really nice to see him and Zyko grow together a lot of the time for Dragonsteel. Now 2,000 gold up, but AoE right back out onto the map. There is a dragon spawning in sub 30 seconds here. A little bit of presence on top side by Dragonsteel, but see if they want to transition that down here.
I don't know if AoE are going to be in a position to actually contest for this, as Zyko gets caught out a little bit.
He does have the Unbreakable, and going right back in for the engage to Spyrax. Waiting with the Q3, doesn't hit it, doesn't hit the Fate Sealed either, but Wilson has sacrificed his life over to Spyrax, and now Spyrax, the Q3. Onet has to kill her instinct to safety, and you never want to have a defensive use of that one. Breezy is tanking one for the team, and just like that, 2 bodies are down for AoE.
They get the stun onto Zyko. It's not enough. Here's the fight.
Is Ragnarok going to be enough? Zamudo flashing away. He's running at him here. He's got the ghost pop, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, mid lane, Onet almost goes down to Spyrax. He is hunting for him.
Still so much pressure being put out by Dragonsteel. It looked like there were a couple moments of hope coming through for AoE, but none of them actually matter. They don't get a single kill in that entire interaction. They throw so many buttons into Zyko, but he's the cow. He does not care. He just moves in your face, jumps right on in, and takes everyone down. Breezy looking for Spyrax, but there's no play here.
I was just imagining Zyko running up to somebody and just go, boo! Boo! We need that as a piece of content. Dragon was taken by...
so nice.
He is. He's so wholesome. 2 dragons now for Dragonsteel, though, and they're stacking up a storm here in the objectives. They're also looking at a turret down bot. That satchel charge will get it as well. So first turret gold going their way, and all of a sudden, that lead has developed to almost 5,000 gold in 13 and a half minutes. And AoE, they are struggling to find into these team fights. You have engages, but you just don't have enough damage.
It's hard to build synergy, Mazel, with the amount of time that this team has had to come up with this roster to develop everything. But now Mom says that it's Scary Jerry's turn to run into the mid lane and take more damage on these plates here. There's a Herald that they can play around in a couple seconds, and Dragonsteel, it feels as though they can do no wrong. There's nobody on AoE who can even go towards the bottom side and create pressure on the bottom half of the map. He's just giving up the Rip Herald for free.
Now we're taking a look at the setup around here. Scary Jerry can just zone everybody out. Breezy is spotted out in the ward. They might just go for it here. Zyko decides to pull the trigger. Here's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Wilson's already half health now as well. There's the curtain call. Meanwhile, we're getting the 1v1 in topside. Barrack is losing that, by the way. Zyko goes down in the fight. AoE, though, they're getting trounced. As a big Pyroclasm might do a little bit of work on the back end, but Spyrax cleans up 2 kills, and this is a signature Yone performance from Spyrax.
Looking good as well. We can see why the signature is there. Signs it, dots the T, crosses the I. Or the other way around, rather. But Barrack needs to be so careful underneath this turret. Does have the shield ready.
Kind of looking for it. Trying to see if they want to angle this one. Oh, the Heart Seeker doesn't hit. Unfortunate.
I don't know. I'm worried there. If you don't use the Killer Instinct from Onet, I think Zamudo just kills you, just straight up. It is just so much damage coming out from this Jace already, and he's well ahead of his opponent in terms of the gold that they have built up. And so Dragonsteel setting things up, clearing out all the space on the bottom side of the map. And as we take a quick look at the gold, we can see that it took a little while for Dragonsteel to actually hit that, what do you call it, compound interest on the gold that they've been investing, but they did eventually hit it. And now, as they're pushing down the bottom side of the map, they're going to get even more. But looking at the plates, yeah, 1,000 gold to none coming through. Another turret falls in mid lane, and Zilch just doing his job.
Breezy just can't do anything. Psycho with the double headbutt pulverize yet again. This guy is insane. And now you get the Rift Herald mid. They are just hard crashing this one.
And they're just crashing all over the map. The only place where there's pressure for AoE is up on the top side, and Onat, he's doing some pressure, he's getting some work done, but Scary Jerry is going to take down another structure in the mid lane. Actually curious, how much damage has he done to just building so far? Scary Jerry alone has done more than 7,000 damage.
And
buildings.
And again, this is the first time we're seeing it this split, at least from them. So it's trying to show us a little bit of a different style, and it's looking good. Now they seem like they can do no wrong. Oh. Freezy gets blast code in place there. Still going for the engage though. Yuji turning the Cougar claws right back on him though. You don't run away from a Cougar. I've told you that time and time again. And Breezy will feel the wrath of Yuji. Now the TP coming in from Scary Jerry has just completed the Shadow Flame as well. Cozy needs to be careful. They're looking at the bot lane crash now into a tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't run from a Cougar either. That's where the inheritance when he's going to come through. But Spyrax still taking so much control. Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Mega Inferno Bomb, though. You know, a lot of damage. Force AoE off the tier 2 turret, and it's all just for show.
Yeah, just complete control. It's a zoning ultimate in the truest sense of the word. You force everybody off. Dragonsteel find multiple turrets all at the same time. And it's kind of tough to talk about this one, Mazel, just because it's not as though one person is just taking control of the game. Spyrax has had a couple cool highlights, but it has been the entire team just finding their moments all across the board. And they're not giving anything back this time around. Yeah, it's still not a perfect game. They've given up a couple of kills, but they've gotten 2 dragons. They've gotten half the grubs. They've gotten a 8,000 gold lead in 17 minutes. It's not going to be the fastest game of the split, but it's still going to be a dub in the Dragonsteel column very quickly.
And that being said, you know, going to 7-0, and after this, only having 2 more series to play. Obviously, with the 10-team league, you only single round robin of 9 games, and they are getting very close to that undefeated season. Now, AoE going to make a play, and they actually catch out Spyrax here. That's a big shutdown going to the way of Barrack. They have gotten the TP out from Onat there to rejoin that mid lane. Dragon is up on the table, a soul point for Dragonsteel.
Soul point for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, Breezy cannot walk there. You do have the Unbreakable Will being popped now by Zyko, but Zyko was the one that can't walk there. And carved up into some nice juicy hamburgers by Barrack.
I mean, that's what we love to see. You got to get something. But Dragonsteel still has so much poke that AoE has to be careful. They don't have a lot of the ultimates necessary to safely make this play happen. RX does go down, like we said, but now AoE, they are going to be starting it up, but Yuji is still sticking around. This is a very reasonable steal as Spyrax teleports in.
See if he can do it now. He's moving in. This is dicey here. Yuji's in there. The Mongolian monster will strike again, stealing away the dragon, and it's been the solo kill at top side. Zamuto's been pushing the whole time, and Dragonsteel, they are surrounding their prey.
And they're taking so much of this jungle away at the same time. They're getting the red buff, they're getting the raptors, they're pushing in, Zamuto backing away. A little bit surprising because the rest of his team was about to put on pressure, but you just go back, you spend your gold, you play for the Baron Masher in 30 seconds, and Dragonsteel have total control. It does feel as though even with some small mistakes, Spyrax is already setting himself up as an incredibly scary Yone. We knew this was a champion who used to play quite a bit. Haven't seen it quite as much this year, but at the same time, Spyrax still showcasing he is one of the best in this.
Yeah, the couple times he's pulled it out, I mean, he's absolutely dominated. And even in games where they fall a little bit behind that post 25-minute mark, the 3 item spikes, Spyrax just all of a sudden gets like 3-4 kills and you're winning the game. You are on very close to those 3 item spikes for Dragonsteel. They have so much gold. They're almost 10,000 gold up at 20 minutes into the game. And there is a Baron on the table, but it looks like they just want to go for kills here. Breezy gives us his best Spider-Man impression. There is the move from Onat, getting his Gwynsu's completed now, so maybe a little bit more damage in the tank for AoE.
It's a little bit of damage, but you just get so much extra damage coming from Dragonsteel.
Oh, nice predict there, but unfortunately not going to actually get the CC chain. Spyrax makes it out, healing up a decent amount on a Barrack too.
Yeah, I mean, you just have so much lifesteal built into Spyrax at this point. He's got the red buff as well. He's going to heal up. Oh my god, Wilson.
Oh no, that's the go button right there. And a Cougar can jump 20 feet. You're not getting away from it. And Yuji is a monster of his own right. Zamuto's pushing in the bot lane as well, trying to get that in-him turret. The 4th shot not going to end up killing, but it will be Dragonsteel that strike true onto Wilson.
You gotta feel bad for Wilson at this spot. It is a game where he has not been able to accomplish much of anything. He's gotten himself a couple of assists throughout the game, but Yuji has had his number over and over. Steals away the dragon, and now going to completely take this Baron uncontested as Breeze has to flash out.
Goodness, he just keeps landing the spears. What can
Run,
stop
Cozy,
this
run.
man? Cozy's trying to get back off. The Baron will end up going down. Rally Cry Baron buff secured there by Dragonsteel. Whoa, no, he knew! Truzamudo has a sixth sense to find Cozy, and he's hammer smashing him all day. Immobile ADCs and a top laner. Name more of a bane of existence. It's Dragonsteel, 12,000 gold up over AoE.
Yeah, not quite as dominant as what we saw last time around, but feels a little bit more clinical coming through from Dragonsteel. They find the picks, then they go to Baron. They get the Baron, then they clean up some members, and now they're pushing all at the same time. They're bringing everybody towards the mid lanes. Amudo is here, Gary Jerry is here, and the ranged pressure that they're going to exert on this turret will not be matched by AoE. They can't even try and go for something until Cozy's up, and that's going to be too late for this inhibitor turret.
Gonna crash down into the inhib now. They also have Scary Jerry just backing up the siege here. Shock blast to boot, everything just being thrown at them. And speaking of, Cozy gets thrown into the dirt as Dragonsteel now in a 5v4 looking to push the final siege.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, they don't have their minions
He's dead.
in the side lanes, and
He's dead.
yeah,
Oh my God, you can't play the video game.
It just doesn't matter. It does not matter that they don't have minions in the other lanes. The mid lane is the only lane that you need. As Spyrex still looking for an option on the side, but they're already dying.
They are hard forcing this, and honestly, rightfully so, as they will remain the dominant force and a literal dragon in the NACL as they continue onwards on their march to undefeated. Zyko very low. They got to try to finish off the Nexus now. They get the autos back in, and it's just a couple more needed. Put hurt where it hurts the most, and a couple more kills will signal the reign of a 7-0 Dragonsteel.
Dragonsteel marching closer and closer to an undefeated split, but unfortunately, this does knock AoE out of playoffs contention. They are now 3 series behind other teams in the league. They are basically in a position, or I guess they can technically still find it, but they have almost no room left. They have to win every single matchup from here on out to find their way towards the playoffs, but it's a very tough spot. My heart goes out to the players. I hope that they have an opportunity. I hear that they are still trying to lock in a confirmed roster going into next week, but it is a very tough position for them.
Yeah, hearts go out to them, trying to get the best out of a bad situation. But let's go ahead and take a look and give some accolades out for the MVP of this game. Ends up being Spyrex.
Honestly, Spyrex looked really good throughout the course of the mid-game, fighting some significant ults throughout every single one of these team fights, and that's part of why we look at his play. We know that the mid-jungle duo has been powerful. I feel as though we could have given it to either Spyrex or Yuji. They both played phenomenally, but this time around, Spyrex taking control of all these fights, taking control of these side lanes, and it has just been Dragonsteel controlling this game from top to bottom.
And who'd have thunk that, grabbing the best mid-jungle duo in our entire league when they were on FlyQuest helps out Dragonsteel to find success? Who'd have thought? And they consistently find ways to impress us time and time again. An incredible performance from Dragonsteel. We will have an interview with Spyrex on the other side of this break, so don't you miss it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I am Joshi, and I'm joined here by Spyrax, the victorious mid laner here of Dragonsteel. And Spyrax, we got to touch on it a little bit. That last series was pretty fast, but the more important part is you guys are now 7-0 in your series score. Is there anyone who can even stop you left in the league?
I'm not sure. Maybe in playoffs there is, but I think in terms of regular season, the two opponents that we have left, we shouldn't have that much trouble beating them, in my opinion.
Totally fair. So I'm actually really curious then, since you guys are on such a dominant streak, what kind of aspirations do you and Dragonsteel have for the rest of the split and even looking towards Seawall?
I think for NACL, I mean, we got second place last time we played with a very similar roster, so right now we want to get first, obviously. Though some people on our team don't mind getting second, you know, because we still get a trip to Brazil. But yeah, so ideally we may at least make it to the finals. That's like the minimum that is to be expected by us.
Totally fair, especially with the talent that you guys have on the roster. One of the things that we're starting to look at is what it is that it's going to take for some of the members to actually make it towards the next level. And for you yourself, I'm actually curious, first off, what are your aspirations for professional play at this point?
I'll be honest, my aspirations is literally just to get my degree. But obviously winning is always fun, like it's always nice. I don't really have aspirations to go LCS, but I do hope to get like better, just win more with my team.
That's fair. So let's look a little bit at your teammates, because we know that Scary Jerry was the most improved in spring, and UG also received the most valuable prospect. What do you think it is for these players, or some of the forefront players in the mind, for looking towards LCS? What do you think it is that they need to do to prove that they're ready?
I think for UG, for example, I don't think he has much to prove. I think he could play in LCS if like a team really wants him, and I think he'd do just fine. And I think for the other people like Scary Jerry, Ryan, or even Zamuda, like it's just a matter of like being more consistent, and that's it. Because they have the level, they just need to like be able to like be more consistent overall with like their champion pools and like just how they play the game.
Totally fair. Well, we know that you guys have had some incredible consistency so far. I know I'm holding you up from dinner a little bit. What do you got planned for the next step? And after a couple minutes when I let you go, what do you eat, Spyrax?
Right now, I don't know. It's still up in the air for me to decide. I don't know if I'm gonna cook or like order something, but yeah, I don't know yet, to be honest. I haven't given it much thought, other than the fact that I need food.
Totally fair. Before I let you go then and let you get to your dinner, are there any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Just shout out to my teammates, coach, and just everyone that I know, and you guys, and the stream, because it makes the games more exciting.
Oh yeah, well, we appreciate all of that, Spyrax. Shout out to everybody in the Dragonsteel organization. But with that, we are we are going to be closing out for everything, as Jalal seems to be having a good time over there. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we get back, we will have another series coming up between Team Liquid Challengers and Winthrop University. Don't go anywhere.
Bye bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. We are already done with our first series. Whew, that was a quick one. Now we're getting on to our second one. This one, maybe a little bit more contentious. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi. We're going to be getting into Winthrop versus Team Liquid Honda Challengers.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very interesting one. They're currently tied in the standings. They are both pretty much confirmed to be in playoffs from this position. It's mostly about jockeying for seeding. Both these teams have showcased some very strong performances in playoffs in previous splits, or at least that players have, but this is going to be an opportunity for them to showcase who will actually be better at closing out these games. This could be a very long series.
And at this point, you do have to start the conversation about seeding. We only have a couple games left after this series for a lot of the teams sitting at those 7 games, so you have to think about who you're going to be looking to face off in the playoffs, especially. And I think both these teams are going to be wanting to jockey for a little bit higher of position.
And we'll see. The big thing that I'm looking at is they've already both dodged out on Dragonsteel as their opponent unless things go terribly wrong. So the question is going to be, can they get a slightly better opponent? Because you're seeing that between second place and 8th place, there's only 2 series that separates all of these teams. And so we'll look at how much strength both these teams are actually going to be showing for us as we start going into it. But we have Winthrop, which is mostly St. Louis, but still Winthrop, with Denethor up on the top side, coming back from his vacation.
Really happy to see Denethor back in action, but also just to kind of see what this Winthrop University can do. Because in a lot of ways, it's been a bit of an up and down split. Obviously, 3-3 means that literally. But in last week, right, they took a very tough loss against Fear X Starforge, but then handled a really nice win against Blue Otter. So it's just trying to find consistency, and I think looking to the speaking voices, and particularly Winnie a lot of the time, trying to find where they can find success through that.
It's really interesting to note that Winthrop University has a 6-7 game record, but they are 3-3 overall in terms of series, which means that there is a lot of opportunities where they can find wins, but they're also finding losses. And I think whenever there's a winning team, it doesn't really feel as though it matters what the gold lead is, because they can win or lose any game from any position. And that's one of the things that I'll be looking at in this series going up against Team Liquid is, can Winnie push his team to some of these actual wins?
And this team has some big names, obviously sticking around with the majority of the roster here as well, but also just trying to find consistency of their own right, because both these teams, they play really nice in the early games, but we've seen both of them have trouble closing out, and especially Team Liquid Honda Challengers.
And we've looked at Heel in particular as one of the players who was very instrumental to wildcard success in previous splits. And Heel, we know, has been a very vocal player. Jenkins as well, one of the most veteran members of this squad. And it's interesting to see, because the amount of talent that we see on this roster, it doesn't feel as though it's oftentimes reflected on the Rift, because they can find these early leads, but then they seem to stall out. They don't necessarily have that killer instinct necessary to close out some of these games. And I really want to put a highlight onto players like Heel, who has been a most valuable prospect candidate in the past, to see if he can push his team over the edge.
It's a big difference-making factor when you can play very flexible through the jungle. Obviously, a lot of the time had been known for AP junglers before AP junglers were popular. But still, yeah, I was going to say, has been willing to kind of go with some more of those flexible picks. But I think against Winnie, and specifically this jungle matchup, you're looking for control, because both these teams love to get control early and utilize that to put pressure around the map.
I really want to see how well they can control the later stage of the game, because we know that both teams have actually pretty strong early game plans. Winnie seems to just, if you didn't know better, it looks as though he makes up his jungle pathing as he goes along. But every single time he's like, oh, these guys don't ward here, so I'm going to walk around this really long path in order to go for a gank. That's not something that a lot of junglers will do, but is something that Winnie does. And now, going into this one, Team Liquid Challengers on the red side, Winthrop University on the blue side, and it is going to be a very interesting push from Winthrop University, who do have that opportunity to push for more with this first pick.
I want to see what they go ahead and grab as well. I talked a little bit about the kind of up and down nature of Winthrop's last week, but it's also been a little bit of a streak downslide for Team Liquid. So trying to find any chance of grasping onto some roots and keeping yourself from that downslide as we go into last week's is really important. Winthrop, they're already banning away the Corki and the Nidalee, so taking away a lot of the poke-centered styles from Team Liquid. On the other side, it's the Lucian and Renekton bans.
Not a big surprise with any of these bans so far. The Renekton has been something that Denethor has had a lot of success with in the past, but this is also an opportunity to set up Jenkins, who has been one of the best laning tops in the Challengers League for multiple splits in a row, where he's consistently able to find solo advantages in the top side. Although he's not like players like Zamudo or Philip, who oftentimes solo kill his lane opponent nearly as much. Instead, he'll just be like, well, what if you just didn't farm for the next 10 minutes? And you're like, okay.
True. Okay, why not? Let's see what happens. Yeah. It is the little bit of ADC focus towards the end of those bans in the first phase, though. It is the Ezreal and the Ashe that are going to join the ban tables. Tristana up and ready to go. First pick available for Winthrop.
So the question always becomes, what do you play into Tristana? This has been the dominant mid lane pick for a while at this point. It's all about what you can play into this. The Corki taken off the table for Roamer, so he's going to be pushed off to something else. But now Team Liquid Challengers, they have a lot of freedom still available to them. This Karthus, which has been very strong for a long time, is going to get locked in for Keel. And that means that he's going to outclear pretty much everything in the game except for the Zyra. And I think that's the only thing that will clear faster.
And what would be so funny if Winnie takes it is it's been the opposite focus as a lot of the majority for this season so far for them. But it is the Jace locked in, so you get a little bit of that poke center that maybe Winthrop was trying to dissuade a little bit with their bans.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see this Jace come through. This was a classic mid lane matchup that we used to see all the time, especially when Maokai and Ivern were the dominant junglers. However, Winthrop University don't need to worry about that jungle just quite yet. Instead, they want to grab themselves the Leona, continue to find all the classic power picks that we are still seeing on the patch to just push around the bottom side of the map. And I gotta admit, one of the things I'm very excited about in this series is how Aaron and Skytech are going to be playing up against Spawn and Kimdown, because Aaron, who is definitely one of the players that we were looking at for the most improved, and definitely last split, is going up against a bottom lane that, despite having had so much success historically, has not been able to recreate to the same degree recently.
Oh my goodness. I feel like we're watching these two teams play Hungry Hippos right now. It's just all the meta picks being grabbed up. Because in full Fearless, that's what you kind of have to do. If things are open, you grab it, because you're only getting it one time in the whole series. And right now, the Wombo combo for Winthrop is lethal. See what the answer is going to be from Team Liquid, though.
Yeah, I've been seeing Aaron play this a lot on his stream recently, actually. And it creates a lot of pressure. However, really love this Braum pick coming through, because you stop the bullet time in its tracks. You just throw it up. But there are lots of ways to bait out the Unbreakable. There's lots of ways to get that shield to come out before the bullet time actually goes off. And so there's this constant game of chicken that Kimdown is going to have to play with Aaron.
And he's going to have to stay pretty consistent here as well, because Kimdown, if he's failing, I feel like Team Liquid lose a lot of their stability around the map as well. It is the Ivern ban, so taking away some of those double marksman buffers here, but also just trying to single down Winnie a little bit more in the pool.
I'm really curious, because Winnie has been playing a couple of these Ivern games. I haven't been particularly impressed with it, if I'm going to be entirely honest, but he has been consistently showing that he is willing to play it on stage, and it is something that Team Liquid Challengers wants to remove from the pool. The Zeri ban also comes through, and the biggest thing I look at from Winthrop University is it's a far cry from the days where you could just build Lord Doms on Kraken Slayer and just kill everything in the game, right? You can still do a lot of damage with that combination. I mean, as a marksman player, I'm not surprised you say that. As a tank player, I was like, God, I can't do anything.
Hey, nostalgia is a hell of a drug, I guess. I see the Gnar ban, so we're getting a little bit of focus towards the topside matchup. Obviously, trying to use this counter pick as best as possible for Team Liquid in any case, but maybe we get some more of the ADC bans going here for Winthrop in the second phase.
Yeah, I'm really curious. This Gnar ban doesn't really feel as though it opens up anything in particular for Jenkins, just because Gnar has just been such a classic champion, and the Renekton is kind of the thing that you would typically play the Gnar into. However, it's taken off the table. Instead, Team Liquid Challengers, it has to be a marksman here. You have to expect it's going to be towards the bottom side of the map.
We've been hearing...
Pick. Yeah?
We've been hearing rumors of the Kog'Maw, especially after some of the changes. So I'm glad Winthrop go ahead and take that away. You're looking for some long distance damage, and that was a perfect pick. The Caitlyn gonna add that though for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I was really surprised. Like, I haven't been hearing anything about Caitlyn at all. Like, people.
Cubby is a big enjoyer of the Kog'Maw. And he says
Yeah, the
undersung.
Kog'Maw, absolutely. The Kog'Maw I've been hearing mutterings about for a while, but the Cassante going to be coming through for Denethor, one of his most played champions so far, one of every top laner's most played champions pretty much. And the last big thing we have to see is what it is that Winnie wants to pick. I've talked about the Wrinkle a couple of times. Winnie has the opportunity to throw in Wrinkles. Actually, I kind of wonder if a Jarvan would be good here.
Be interesting. They need some kind of engage to get the Wombo going. And it's going to be the Zac. I mean, if you need engage, if you want somebody to displace people, that's it.
There's a lot of opportunities. Okay, going to see the Poppy come through for
really
Jenkins
good
up on the top side. It is a good counter pick into the Cassante. It's also really good stylistically into Winnie on the Zac. You just throw up the W, and suddenly the Zac is stopped in its tracks. So I look at this composition, and I feel as though Team Liquid has a ton of extra range later on in the game. They have the Requiem, which is infinite range, and then the Jace and the Caitlyn can just auto-attack from light years away, and so Winthrop really needs to look for these opportunities to upset that balance of power. And one of the major issues I see is they don't have any magic damage at all, so it's going to be almost entirely impossible for them to get through Jenkins if Jenkins finds a lead.
Zac goes AP here, you know. Maybe we get that now, but
That's the wrinkle.
That's the wrinkle. We were looking for it. No, but I think it needs to be a very proactive game state from Winthrop in this regard, because I think if Winnie gets behind, you can't get those all-in engages, because that's the thing about this team. They want to go in, and they just want to go in. That's it. And I think if you can find the Wombo combo under that, that's huge. But if Winnie is behind, much like we put all the pressure on this jungle matchup, that's going to be detriment, because Keel will be scaling up to Infinum and will be able to sing you a sweet lullaby to death. And as we get down into game number 1 of our second series, make sure you're spamming in chat who you got. If you're a Winthrop fan, make sure you're spamming WU. If you're a Team Liquid Honda Challengers, TLC.
Yeah. Not a lot of super surprising things coming through. Aaron does opt into the first strike for the extra gold farming that he can do with that. But I do want to ask a bit of an interesting question here, Mazel, because we've talked a lot about there's a lot of pressure on Winnie, Keel, Jenkins, Aaron to really step up. But one of the players that I actually have to ask kind of in the other direction is Kimdown. Because he is a player who, before we had the most improved player award, was absolutely on the shortlist for that. He probably would have been the undeniable winner of that in splits past. However, I don't feel as though we've seen growth, and in fact, I feel as though we've seen some regression from this player. And one of the things that I'm looking at in this game is we're going to shine a huge spotlight on this player simply because without that Unbreakable, the rest of his team is going to take a ton of damage from every single one of these bullet times.
Yeah, he's going to have to be front and center. He's really one of the only frontliners there, and also one of the only engages. That's the only other thing I think I've been really curious about in the meta recently is teams just being willing to go with compositions that have very low engage priority. And especially against a composition of Winthrop's that has all of the priority in that regard. Going to be very curious to watch, but Kimdown obviously going to have a lot of say in that one. And on the other side, Skytech also going to have a lot of say in how they kick off fights. The Solar Flare combo with Winnie, really big. So again, a lot of the conversation last series was seeing how quickly supports can move out and support their junglers. That's going to be a lot of the same here.
It also is really interesting because Skytech and Aaron have been playing together for a lot longer than Spawn and Kimdown have as a duo. And Aaron and Skytech can create so much pressure down in the bottom side of the map, and they know, like, they are just on such the same page every single time a fight will actually happen. And you see that even now, they're walking back. They get the push going forward just to make sure that Keel is not doing the Krugs on the bottom side of the map. But instead, Winnie and Keel are going to find each other on the top half, and Keel just takes the Raptors and goes to make sure that Winnie can't get anything.
You want to be aggressive as Winnie, but you might have just overextended your hand there. You're going to get the Bloblets popped unless he can get the healing there. He's trying to heal up. Now Roamer in trouble, though, and Keel is looking to follow. He's not going to flash for it just yet. Now Darkwing's trying to follow up to get Keel off his back, but Jenkins, he made the move. Now Winthrop, there between a rock and a hard place, and Darkwing just flashes to Keel. First blood goes to Team Liquid Challengers.
Oh my gosh, all the priority, it stems from the very beginning of the game with the invade coming through from Keel. They throw off the tempo of Winnie. He goes for a counter invade, but the priority in the mid lane, the priority in the top lane, paying dividends. for Team Liquid Challengers. They bring just one extra member towards the fight, and that is the massive difference maker. And Winnie, now miles behind Keel, is going to struggle to find his way back in, whereas Jenkins is going to be able to catch the wave as it comes back.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to have to start throwing himself at stuff because the farming does not get any easier. And honestly, for Keel, he's just going to be farming up a storm here. Keeping a little bit of presence on top side to get the reset, but this is a strong advantage for Team Liquid Challengers to start it off. And again, this is a very contested matchup in the middle of the pack there. Win here in a single round robin is monumentous, honestly, for the closure of the split.
For sure. We know, looking at the rest of the split, that neither of these teams have any particularly difficult matchups still left as Jenkins continues to trade to Denethor. Gonna leave him alone. Yeah.
He wants to go for a little bit more. He's like, hey, you want to come at me? Oh my goodness. The buckler does so much damage.
Look, I just gotta say, like, as a top laner, one of our favorite minigames is always about the grasp procs. And Poppy is one of the best champions when it comes to playing for grasp procs because you just have that one range auto attack. Here's a fight.
Wait, but they go for the engage as Keel makes the timing down here. Concussive blows. They're going to get procced. Winter's Bite makes it happen, and Skytech forfeits his life as Aaron has to watch as his dear friend is taken out.
Really tough position here for Winthrop University. It looked like a really good angle if Keel wasn't there. Unfortunately, Keel was there, and suddenly the play does not work at all in Winthrop University. They were stacking up a wave to try and crash and buy themselves a reset, but it does not work when there is just a jungler hanging out in the bottom side of the map, and everything seems to be going in favor of Team Liquid Challengers, and Jenkins even is able to get back towards the wave to farm out all these minions. This dive threat that Denethor seems to be going for completely fake, and Jenkins actually start fighting him now as the wave starts to disappear.
He's trying to, oh no. Denethor in a little bit of trouble. He does have a lean over into the enemy jungle here with the rest of his team kind of surrounding. And we also are looking at Skytech getting out of the map. Winnie, not one to shy away from fights. He's going to find Keel, and he's going to feel a lot more confident now that Skytech can back him up.
Down is also here at the same time, so this ward that Winnie does put down should be cleared momentarily. Keel does, in fact, see it as he is walking around. And Team Liquid Challengers jumping out to a fairly large gold lead right off the bat. Already 1,000 gold ahead, only 6 minutes into the game. And if you look at scaling advantage, I really like what Team Liquid Challengers are bringing to this one. Mostly because, again, their range advantage is there. They have the tools to stop some of the engages coming through. And now Spawn.
It's an instant Captain Jax there. Does get a decent amount of damage on Skytech on the back end. Got pop the control ward there, and he's just chasing Skytech to hell here. The boots completion is actually paying dividends right now. Gets the fleet footwork as well. He's looking to combo him to death. The concussive blows will not be procced, but Spawn and Kim down are right back to a position of power down here.
I don't remember this episode of Arcane, but Spawn just really taking control of the bottom side of the map as
freeze frame.
Freeze frame. Spawn really looking strong so far on this Caitlyn. Like you said, a very good cleanse right off the bat to make sure he was not in danger.
I can't freeze very good. My feet and my hands are moving. I try. We're going to be hopefully getting back to do it here soon. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same Trindamere. Madge.
It is very interesting to see that Team Liquid Challengers is already pulling off to such a big lead because both these teams have showcased that they have strong early game plans. It does feel as though Team Liquid Challengers had a better one this time, and we did not see Winnie on the Zac have an opportunity for any of the interesting ganks that he'll oftentimes go for at level 2 or even the dives that he's known for on the Karthus, because the Zac just doesn't do the same amount of damage. Overall, Team Liquid Challengers pushed him out. They got a couple of early kills, and now it's on Team Liquid. They have the first step done. They have the gold lead, Mazel.
This is where they know. This is home to them. This is comfort. I mean, both sides. We said coming into this one, they love early games. They can find successes a lot of time, but post 15,
they're like the
20
underpants
minute
gnomes.
mark. Oh, true.
They're like the underpants gnomes. You got the win early game, question mark, profit. They just don't know what that question mark is all the time, right? That's the big part. As long as they can figure out what that question mark is, they can get to the profit. They just need to find an opportunity to do that, and I've had so many ups and downs watching the Team Liquid Challengers as a general Team Liquid fan, just because you get to see like, oh my god, this was so good. They did everything right. And then it just fell apart, and then I'm looking for the opportunity to find that. But the same thing can also be said of Winthrop University, because they can also find a lot of these early leads, And then I think the big thing that separates Winthrop is that they know it's like, hey, we're going to go for this coin flip, but at least they go for the coin flip.
Yeah. Strong together, as we say. But it is also a situation where this Winthrop team is no slouch. Like, literally, the 4 members from SLU are collegiate champions. And I think to go down early like this, they're going to need to show a little bit of that veterancy, a little bit of that grit, and a lot of that togetherness that we know this team for.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how they will do come this playoffs, because they've pretty much locked themselves in for those playoffs at the same time. And when they were playing for Wildcard Gaming, they had a really deep run. Okay, never mind. I completely lied about that. They ended up going out in 7th and 8th, but part of that was because things just went wrong like almost right away. We know that this team has had times where they will go very deep in their playoffs runs when nobody really thinks that they're likely to do so.
Yeah. Little update for you, though. It does seem like we have a little bit of a tech pause. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more information here sooner rather than later. Obviously, remote gameplay is always difficult. You're always going to run into these issues, but we hope the players can get back in action. Because I think the biggest thing, audience may not like these situations, but it's also worse for the players who are literally trying to play the video game there. And a lot of the momentum gained by being in-game. I never want to be pulled out in the middle of it. So hopefully we'll be getting that solved sooner rather than later. But while we do have some time, I get to chill because you're stuck here with me. So you're here watching. Thank you so much. Anybody that's been part of the LCS audience is still here. We love you. Thank you for sticking around. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS. And if you love that, you can subscribe because half the proceeds go to supporting the players and teams. And you get all these cool Moofy emotes that they made for us. So it's a lot of fun.
Also, Mazel, did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub once per month?
No
so
way.
If you have Amazon Prime and you want to
That's a
use
done
your
deal.
Prime sub in order to support the players, that'd be pretty cool.
We're having fun with it, but it is a really unique opportunity you get to have here in part of the community. It's been really nice to see what the community has given to us as a whole.
Remember we had 2 channels?
I do remember that.
And
we had separate emotes for the channels.
I know.
So,
I always thought that was so odd. That is one of the biggest upgrades that we have had for the Challengers League is moving. I'm a little bit sad.
No.
The
The biggest upgrade, Joe, I'm going to stop you in your tracks. The biggest upgrade is that we have a YouTube now. If you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, there is a YouTube. If you continue putting pressure on our social media, I'm sure that we will start putting chapters on all of our videos. I will do it. If someone gives me access to the account.
I believe in you.
Either way, it has been a lot of fun. I am looking forward to how this game will progress because, like we said, this is a time where we look at these 2 teams and we know that both teams have players who have had so much success. In fact, both of them had their success on the same organization in Wildcard with Keel and Winnie at different times. And I am really curious what your thoughts are, Mazel, because it definitely felt as though both of them had more success on that roster than they have on the roster that they're currently on. And I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on that.
I think that Keel has been interesting because I feel like he lost a little bit of his confidence. And when you talk to him, I think it was a little bit of the kind of lackluster finishes Team Liquid was having. But it has been a constant growth. We are in a developmental league. This is not top tier. And I think the fact of the matter is we have seen a little bit of a strengthening of the guard for Keel on the side of Team Liquid, and finding ways to play around his flexibility in the champ pools and things like that has been really interesting to me. And when you talk about players around him on the team and you talk to him himself, they've been more willing to give him resources and play through his style. Because when he came into Wildcard, he literally was running the league from draft, and a lot of times you were seeing multi-tiers of bans going his way. And I think you can have a little bit of that conversation for Winnie in a way, but maybe not as more of that kind of flexible dominating from draft right away, but more dominating in game early.
I definitely think it's rather interesting to watch these 2 teams because if you look at when Keel was successful on Wildcard, he kind of was the boss of the team. And moving on to Team Liquid Challengers, it doesn't feel as though he's been the boss necessarily. And it does change a lot because we talk a lot about certain players, Winnie and Diamond foremost among them, that whenever you are on one of their rosters, you're playing the way that they want to play or the team is going to crumble, right? Like, they are going to play it the way that they already are convinced is good, and you're either on board with that or the team doesn't function. And I think that's something that I kind of missing from Kiel a little bit, just because it is an opportunity for Kiel to take potential control. I know that there was a lot of hype surrounding Kiel in particular because Spawn, the coach, tweeted sometime last year that is like, everybody needs to be looking at this Kiel player as a potential most valuable prospect. And then I think he was our second. Who was he behind?
I don't know. I would have to pull up the sheet again.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when Spawn tweeted, which is the biggest reason why I don't remember exactly who it was.
Well, anyways, we've rambled on long enough here. We do have a bit of a tech pause, so we are going to step away for a little break while we get that all solved out, and hopefully we'll have the game on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. It's been forever. We are so sorry about the delay. There was a game bug that compromised competitive integrity. Thus, the game will be remade. Also, a little bit of extra context. The same draft is not going to be enforced, so they can redraft if they want to. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi. We'll be getting into game number one of our second series soon. And Oscar, the kitty cat.
Yeah. He was not particularly happy about that, but he has to deal with that. Basically, what you need to know is that everything you saw previously never happened. We're going to move on from that, and that means we're going to be starting with game one here.
Put on your Doctor Strange suit. Quick.
That takes a lot of time. I can throw a cat at the screen. Would that help?
That probably helps people that have been waiting for the games. I'm not going to lie.
See his tail just like popping up here. He is now migrating onto my computer tower where it is very warm because the stream has been running for a while. But anyway.
Very close to the power button, too.
Yeah. Oh, God. I do not need the energy in anything right now. However, I feel like a lot of the conversations we were having before this long pause are still in effect. That this is going to be a series between two teams that have had a lot of opportunities to have strong early games. However, both these teams have had some struggle closing things out. We do know, looking at this, based on a tweet that Keel posted, that Team Liquid did have a couple of kills before the game ended up stopping. However, looking at this one, we are going to see another opportunity for Winnie in particular to fix that early jungle route and make sure they doesn't get put significantly behind off of Keel's early invade.
And again, the priority on what kind of jungle picks we'll see, also with the priority mixed up in the solo lanes and things like that. Super important as we get the Corki Nidalee bans by Winthrop on the blue side. It is the Lucian Renekton over there by Team Liquid on the red side, followed up by the Cardless. It's so funny. It's so funny because now they can use the information they had from the start of that one game. So they will ban away the Kill Karthus, which was looking really good to start off the game itself. We'll see what the primary focus is going to be for Team Liquid on the other side, as they have been trying to target out some of these strong individual picks. It is the Tristana.
Yeah, it feels like a retaliation ban. It's like, hey, you banned the Karthus that we banned in game, or that we were playing in game one. Well, now Dark Wings can't play Tristana. How about that? It's a bit of a tit for tat coming through, and now Winthrop is going to have to reconsider what it is they want to actually first pick. The Tristana was the answer last game, and this time it's looking like it might be the Ezreal. Still one of the best marksmen on the patch, and we know that Aaron last time around in Game 0 was playing his fortune.
Game 0. And that Wombo combo is definitely being set up in some regards now, a little bit more individualistic. There is still the case of a little bit of flexibility with that Ezreal pick as well, if you want to play a little bit of mind games there. But on the other side, for Team Liquid, you're trying to look for a stalwart start, and it's going to be the Ashe-Zyra combo.
Yeah, I mean, this was a classic bottom lane, even though we haven't seen Zyra play in the bottom lane for quite a while. I'm honestly looking at this and Keel just saying, hey, I'm going to be playing these high-pressure champions. I'm going to be looking to out-farm Winnie, which means that, hey, laners, it is on you guys to not give anything up early on in the game. It's all going to be about how effectively we can play later. And this Leona is a little bit bold, especially now that we already have the Zyra and the Ashe coming through, because that's a lot of crowd control that can lock up Leona as soon as she jumps in.
I guess in some regards, you're trying to just take that away, though, maybe from the side of Team Liquid, because if you give them more go buttons, it's going to be very difficult to deal with in a lot of cases, especially around the objectives itself. We'll see what the final pickup in the first phase is by Winthrop, though, as they go with maybe a little bit of top lane focus as the Gnar comes through. Split lane pressure.
Interesting. This really puts a challenge to Jenkins right now to say, hey, you need to either pick your champion now or we're going to ban out a couple of Gnar counter picks. The Braum is going to be the answer, so it is going to be trying to shut down Skytech's ability to play this game. And so, as the Ziggs ban comes through, they need to limit what magic damage options are available to Winthrop. We saw that they banned away the Ivern last time around. It still seems like a reasonable ban, especially now that you have the Leona. But there's also still a lot of sources of magic damage, and taking Ziggs away from, I guess it would be Aaron, because we know that Darkwings has played Ezreal in the past, will limit some of the opportunities for Winthrop to build a more balanced composition.
And they're really looking for a little bit more team fight strength, and maybe sustained damage. I think when you grab the Ezreal, you're always looking for something with a little bit longer of a punch, I guess, to hold you up in team fights while Ezreal picks them apart. In the second phase, though, we also get the Ivern joining the Ziggs ban for Team Liquid. We get the Jace ban right now by Winthrop.
Yeah, an interesting band to come through. It is a classic counter pick to the Gnar, although I always liked playing both sides of it because it was a skill matchup that was tilted a little bit towards the Jace, especially early on. And now you really have to think about what else it is that Jenkins would want to play into the Gnar. The Camille is something that doesn't necessarily win the lane into the Gnar, however, it pairs very well with junglers like Zyra for some very powerful dives. I've always said that Gnar struggles with strong women.
That's something you've always said, Joshi.
I actually have. I'm very confident you can go back. I think there's a cast I did in like 2017 where I said that the first time.
Bring it back. I love it. We'll see. Oh, it's the Gangplank, actually. So Jenkins cooking a little bit.
Yeah, we did see this banned, I believe, the first time around in Game 0, and now we are going to see this come through. Jenkins isn't the first player I think of when I think of Gangplank players in the Challengers League. However, it is a champion that can play into the Gnar, does not usually get harassed enough early on in the game, so has a lot of scaling potential. The other big thing about the Gangplank is that it recently got a change such that the slow on his barrels is not tied to the amount of crit that he has, and so it just has a lot of slow right off the bat, and say it ain't so. Oh.
We just have to get the troll hovers. The thing I love here, though, really quick to highlight the Talia. I think it really provides a ton of counter to what Team Liquid are doing. Because I'm looking at this shape right here, this circle. I'm kind of a circle. My hands don't make a circle. That is going to be the name of the game for Team Liquid. If they can get centered around these objectives, they have this huge wombo combo pull off there with the Strangle Thorns and the Cannon Barrage, things like that. And Winthrop are going to have to play around that.
It's going to be incredibly difficult for Winnie, especially now in this game, because like you said, the Strangle Thorns and the Cannon Barrage and just the slows coming out from the Ashe and the Braum create a lot of issues for Winnie, and Winnie is the captain of this team. He is how this team lives or dies. His success on this champion, which is now a little bit in jeopardy, will look for all kinds of opportunities on the side of Winthrop. And on the other side, I look at Team Liquid Challengers. They have a lot of natural tools to scale. They have a decent amount of Prow to play with, particularly in the bottom lane, and it creates a situation where Keel can be very aggressive. He can look to play towards the bottom side and push Aaron and Skytech around a lot.
And that puts a lot of the spotlight back on the other side for Winthrop and being active. Like the Winnie Dark Wings combination has to come alive because you have to have a bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, we are finally getting into the true game one of this series. Both teams stand neck and neck in the standings as we trudge onwards with a couple weeks left here in the regular season. Which one can take the lead? Make sure you're spamming who you got in chat. WU for Winthrop, TLC for Team Liquid.
Also, can we give a shout out to Dragonsteel for winning so fast? Because otherwise, this would have been very late.
Oh, yeah. That would have been...
Y'all already got a feel for the East Coast players, of which I know several of them. Most of the Winthrop University guys, I believe, are Central Time, I want to say.
In St. Louis.
Yeah, so that is not the worst thing ever. It's only like 10 p.m. there, but I know there's a lot of players in the Challengers League who are on the East Coast, and that does make it very difficult for them. So, hearts go out to these players. Hopefully, they haven't gotten too sleepy.
See Bebe sleeping at the wheel here as we get vision traded back and forth. At least Winthrop will have a little bit of knowledge on where to move through. But let's go ahead and talk about the impacts that these two junglers can have. Keel can play a little bit reactive, but can play aggressive towards that bot side, as you said. But we need Winnie to find everything in early game because you have to set the tempo as this buy. You will be a huge unlocking factor for the damage potential of your team, but he's really got to be the one to make the calls.
And we'll see what it is that Desire wants to do. No early game shenanigans coming out in the first couple of minutes. We didn't see anything happen with any level 1 invades like we saw with the Karthus. And so instead it's going to be both Winnie and Keel on opposite sides of the map. And this generally plays towards some of Winnie's strengths, where if he gets the idea that the opposing jungler is on the other side, he's the kind of person who's going to go for a lot of aggressive plays. And this Vi is a perfect character to do so because I like to say they get their ultimate at level 2. Flash Q is one of the strongest abilities in the game.
Will be spotted out as he goes for the Chicky Nuggies here. Maybe able to play around that a little bit for Keel. Very, cerebrally focused jungler. And as we had said earlier, which it's been a long time now, a big focus for Team Liquid Challengers has been Keel this split and playing around his confidence, playing around giving him resources. On the Zyra, it's going to be more important than ever.
At the same time, we are seeing that the trio that we were kind of expecting to come up from Spawn and Kim down is turning on its head. There has been more push coming out from Aaron and Skype because they are going to be crashing the wave. It definitely looks as though they have an idea that Keel is on the top half of the map, and now as the arrow goes out from Spawn, they do see exactly where Winnie is, and so they know there's an opportunity here where Keel will have a gank that Winnie cannot respond to.
They have the wraparound. Keel was thinking about going deep, but just going to go in, says SkyTech as he goes through. Aaron will have to back away, and SkyTech willingly giving his life. First blood to Spawn.
Moving over to Spawn, a very dangerous proposition. Once the Ashe passive starts stacking up on you, though, not a lot of opportunity for SkyTech to run. There's only a question of how many flashes could you potentially trade for, but still, the first kill going over towards Team Liquid Challengers gives them a lot of pressure to the bottom side of the map, and it is currently unmatched by Winnie, who is just doing the crab, and Keel, not skipping a beat, is right on pace with him.
Try to be here to cover mid just in case when he wants to try to make a move. Keel maybe even looking for his own, but just capitalization of the pathing style for Team Liquid. And again, if they can go down towards this bot side, you have so much of your just kind of go potential down here with Kim down and Spawn.
Down and Spawn. It's really important for both of them to step up to what we know they have been capable of in this match. Finding this early kill gives Spawn a lot of opportunity. Being on this Ashe,
Sticking around. So you have to think Winnie's going to show up here. SkyTech overextended, though. Maybe not expecting Keel to stay, and the damage is sticking as SkyTech getting hit by the minions. It's instead Kim down who goes down, and that's a big pickup for Aaron on the other side. Oh, Winnie's getting chased down. The frost shot's doing a lot there, but Winthrop, they got to be careful. That's multiple flashes all down, and all three are gone.
Keel not looking to let them live with just that, as walking around, throwing down the plants. He has to be careful, though. There's a ward in that bush.
They try to go around for the play. We see Winnie waiting over, charging the Q. Keel unsuspecting. They will see him now. He gets the combo. He gets the damage flash out of Keel. Spawn coming over. He has flash as well. Could look to follow up, but not going to.
Well, going for these Krugs will cost him the flash, but that is classic Winthrop University Winnie play, where he just looks for all of these times where you are being too aggressive. And now Darkwings, be a bit careful, does have the flash, and as the Q is dodged out, no longer has to worry about going down. But Team Liquid Challengers leaving 3 members of Winthrop with a blinking red. Just a testament to how well these Winthrop members can play around each other.
Some of that teamwork makes the dream work. Obviously, 4 core members of Winthrop, all from SLU. And coming off their collegiate championship here, which was really nice to see, but it truly was a story of friendship and camaraderie making it to the end, and it was really nice to see. And they have struggled in some ways to transition that here into NACL, but in other ways they've succeeded.
I think it just goes to show that there is still a lot of parity between the collegiate scene and the Challengers League scene. That we have teams who are doing so well, and Winthrop University was able to take down Maryville or Dragonsteel in a very tight series, admittedly with a different top laner, but it just goes to show how much talent there is across both systems. And now, when he starts looking towards the top side, Jenkins does have an opportunity. Nice cancel!
Really nice cancel there. With the Megnar, though, is it going to be a fall-off? Winnie isn't level 6 yet, so really can't get the complete lockdown onto Jenkins. There is the Grubs up right now, though. No Dragon on the other side has been started by Team Liquid, so maybe Winthrop looking to take advantage in neutrals, but the Scuttle Crab going over means they can't really feel confident stepping up.
Yeah, that's a very tight window in order to try and get that animation cancel to come through from Denethor. You have to hit Megnar while you are in the era of your E, because if you hit the Rage beforehand, you're just going to transform, and you're going to have to wait until you land in order to get the ultimate off. So Denethor showcasing some good Gnar mechanics there, taking Jenkins a little bit by surprise, and as soon as when he shows himself, that's an instant flash that Jenkins has to go for. So, like you said, the first couple of Grubs will be going over to Winthrop University, and the trade potentially coming out from Keel is very delayed.
And I'll just give a little bit of love to Denethor. Obviously, we talked so much about the SLU guys on this Winthrop roster, but Denethor, a very important piece of the puzzle here for them, but also in the past and especially over this year, he's really grown into his own strength, it feels like, in topside.
Yeah, it's definitely been a player that we consistently look at. He has had a bit of a tough time here in the Challengers League just because it's probably the strongest role, I would say, kind of across the board from top to bottom. There are way more strong top laners in the Challengers League than any other role. And the fact that Denethor is continuing to step up and showcasing so much growth in this split of the Challengers League speaks a lot to him as a player, but also him as a person, considering how tough it is to be the 5th member joining a team that has an established place.
Maybe he can unlock some of the play style here with this Gnar play, already showing off some good mechanics early up there. Side lane's still going to be an interesting conversation as time goes on. A slight advantage for Team Liquid, but this is also where they are pretty happy with the slight advantage. We were talking about the at least activity needed from Winnie and Winthrop before they haven't found it. Jenkins, though, finding a wallop to the dome there by Denethor. He's looking for the outplay here. Does have the mini Gnar. One more auto that gets the attack from the turret, though, and is going to back off.
I would have gone for that flash. I might have been wrong, but I definitely would have gone for the flash auto in those situations. And now Denethor going to have to back away because Jenkins has healed up quite a bit, has a biscuit, and it is going to be the teleport coming out from Gnar. Jenkins, see what he wants to do with this wave because Winnie is in the area and Keel also moving towards the top side at the same time. Kimdown and Roamer, this is a full court press from Team Liquid to make sure that Jenkins is safe and sound in the top side.
Winnie comes around the corner at the perfect time there. See Kimdown coming out. Be here to try to defend against this top lane play that Team Liquid are establishing. And will still also potentially have a snipe from spawn. As I say it, here we go. Let's see if it sets up the play you want, but it's going to catch Darkwings in the middle of it. Let's see if they collapse Roamer over here behind him, but it's not going to be enough time. They do find the damage on him, about half his health gone with the Cannon's Barrage used as well. Team Liquid need to find a way out, though. They were in a bit of a dicey pinch, and Winthrop make it out alive, at least.
Pretty expensive play altogether from Team Liquid Challengers, throwing out multiple ultimates to try and find Darkwings, and he does not even need to flash. Ultimately, Team Liquid Challengers trying to find some play, but not going to be rewarded at all. And now Skytech and Winthrop University have more members up in the top side of the map, and Winnie, not convinced that the play is over, walks through the tri-brush, does get spotted on a ward, and shows himself to Jenkins, who does have
cease and desist.
Yeah, should be alright. Jenkins will be walking away. The fact that Winnie still goes after walking over a control ward, a little bit surprising, because Jenkins now walks right on back up, and if Winnie doesn't go for the re-dive, I mean, Jenkins should be A-okay with all of this.
They do know that he's still in that bush, though, because they didn't see him walk out. So Jenkins knows there could still be something coming. They've called Keel up here. Is he going to make it in time? No Cannon Barrage. Mega Gnar in the wall. There's the combo, and Winnie takes the kill there. Huge stuff from Winthrop. Keel just has to come in and try to defend the minions here.
Yeah, Keel will get the minions, but really good dive coming out from Winthrop. Not actually committing to the back and making sure that you close out that kill is an important part of the growth from Winthrop University. They know that they like looking for these fights. They know that they like looking for these opportunities, and giving Denethor some of that much-needed gold up in the top side kind of set the balance of power. Because you look at the scaling potential from Team Liquid Challengers, you have the Gangplank, which scales incredibly well. You have the Yone, which also scales very hard, whereas Winthrop really relying on their 1 to 2 item spikes to build them enough of a lead to take over.
Speaking of that one-item spike, Winnie gonna have his Sundered Sky now, so a lot more skirmishing potential unlocked on the map, and the Grubbies, Episode 2 are coming up. We might have Grubageddon on the table.
Doesn't look as though Team Liquid Challengers are going to challenge for this at all. Instead, we got to look at what the potential cross-map plays on with all the wards coming out from Winthrop University. Aaron is very safe in the bottom side, so everyone in Twitch chat, congratulations, you're now a Winthrop University fan in this game. They have gotten at least 4 grubs. And Team Liquid Challengers, they do have Keel here, but he is well announced before he shows up.
Yeah, and this is why you grab the Azrael. You have so much safety down there. When your support wants to be on the roam, when he wants to be out there active with the jungle, you can be just fine. Now, they will get some plates in the end. Winthrop going to return in kind up towards topside. And Jenkins, he's already been put down once. He gets put down again. A 20 CS lead there for Denethor trying to clear it up. But now he's mini Gnar. A little bit dicey here. They might still go for it.
just seeing the damage coming out from the Chain is quite a bit.
Just add more bodies.
Wave.
They got the TP coming for more. This might be a difference maker here. He's trying to get to the cannon barrage. Fate Sealed going to lock him down. Now the turret's doing work. Solar Flare used. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going a little bit wide. Skytech getting very low. Has to flash out when he goes right back in. Looking for the damage, though, with the Weaver's Wall blocking them off. And Winthrop making the plays. Together they are strong, and they represent with the flex. A huge pickup of 2 kills against Team Liquid.
A very normal play coming up from Winthrop University. They overload the top side of the map. They bring 4 members, and the dive works out. It didn't look good at the very beginning, but Jenkins and Romer so confident about all the buttons that Winthrop University had pushed that they overchase, and Team Liquid Challengers just gets themselves caught on everything that Winthrop comes through. They are on so much of the same page. They are consistently able to find all of these plays. They find 2 kills there, and now Denethor, Winnie, Darkwings, and Aaron all find themselves a kill.
And we talked about that strength. We harp on that a lot here with the early pickups from Winthrop. Both these 2 teams known to get early games under their belt. Winthrop themselves, though, with the composition they have, they need to keep going. They got to keep pressing. 1,000 gold advantage is not going to be nearly enough when we get to that 25-minute mark. And Skytech now caught a little bit as they were trying to take the Scuttle Crab. He will be able to walk his way out there.
Feels a little bit forced from Team Liquid Challengers to even be looking for that. They already have kill in the area. They just need to set up, get these seeds down to make sure that Winthrop University cannot walk into the river, cannot walk through any of these choke points. And Team Liquid Challengers, you do have to be very careful, because with this Scuttle Crab, there's enough information from Winthrop, and if we know one thing about this team, they love to go for fights.
They will fight you any time of the week. And so we are getting the first item spikes there as well for Aaron, so the Trinity Force, rather. Going to help out the True Shot Barrage and a lot of the damage profile, but also just the sustained damage in these fights. Winnie has already started up the Rift Herald. There is the trade cross map by Team Liquid onto the Dragon, the second one for them.
The overload on the top side does mean that Jenkins has to back up. He does not know how many members are actually hitting this Rift Herald, so he does not want to get dove. He's been dove twice already. They have both worked out, and now Winthrop, I mean, they're just looking to say it's a good thing that you already backed off. Jenkins just has to limp away, and this might be one of the biggest leads that we've seen Denethor actually amass in any laning phase.
It's been nice to see them lean towards him up here. As we've seen, he's able to take almost the whole tower here, and that'll be first turret going the way of Winthrop as well. It's actually down bot side. Oh no! It goes the way of Team Liquid. Spawn gets first turret as Denethor does take it right afterwards. We see the plate break down there, but this is also a situation where we're going to be getting to a point where the go buttons are there for Team Liquid, and you see a huge CS differential in a lot of other lanes, but top lane.
It's really tough for Jenkins to come back for a while, just simply being down, and when you're building the same items, being down this much does leave Jenkins in a very tough position. But now the focus is on Denethor. What can he do with the investment that Winthrop University has made into this player? Can he actually look for these team fights? Is he going to have the resolve to take down some of these players? We got to hear in an interview with him recently, he's already looking towards going towards Worlds, and this is an opportunity for him to showcase he has what it takes to make it there.
It was really nice getting to see him part of the combines and stuff in the offseason as well. Just putting in a lot of the work, and I remember talking to him when we were watching Worlds, actually, together, World Finals. He was getting to learn a little bit from Whippo at the FlyQuest camp, which was really cool. See if any of those learnings come to fold here, though. He has to represent his pressure on the Magnar in a lot of these team fights to set up Aaron and Darkwings to get the damage down. Now, there is a little bit of contest over the vision on bottom side, but it's really Winthrop. They're looking to try to press in both mid and bot.
Winthrop going for another overload on the bottom side.
They saw the Vault Breaker go through. Now they actually just get full-on engage onto Kim Down. TP's coming in. Kim Down getting low. Unbreakable. Not going to stop it, but this big Stranglethorn into the Cannon Barrage gets Skytech back, and Romer has free hitting onto Darkwings. Darkwings has no more combos left.
I mean, that's the game of chicken you see right there. Darkwings was looking for the ultimate out of Romer, but Romer never gives it. He just auto-attacks Darkwings to death with the movement speed that he has with those boots, with the Blade of the Ruin King, and Denethor not able to participate in that at all, and so far hasn't got a lot of pressure on the top side. So Team Liquid comes back in this game a little bit, and Winnie Going top side, good spot.
Walk straight into Kim down. You did have vision there, knowing that Keel was around the corner, though, so maybe able to play a little bit more defensive off that one. They're still trying to hard force the combination of Denethor and Winnie, and I really like that on the side of Winthrop, as they still find themselves at a small advantage, but again, not nearly enough. True Shot Barrage going to stop Keel's back. He's like, all right, there we go. Now we got the ward clear. It's okay.
I've always thought it was funny, just like the meta of stopping bags with like Ace Rocket, True Shot Barrage and stuff. It's like, I always wonder, like, is this worth it? It's such a like small advantage, but I guess it stacks up over time.
Yeah, and you
Either
get
way.
at least for the True Shot Barrage, you get the autos and stuff at least reducing.
Yeah,
so like
true.
if you look at it, it's already halfway down. We don't have another dragon for a minute 30.
Yeah, it's such a low cost ultimately that might as well. Overall, though, Romer potentially getting caught on the bottom side. Does have to use his ultimate to get out of that one. And Team Liquid Challengers, they have to be ready to try and fight for these upcoming Chemtech Dragons. The Chemtech Dragons, of course, not the most valuable ones, but it is a very clear path to victory for Team Liquid Challengers, is if they can just rush down every single one of these dragons. However, remember the conversation we were having earlier, Mazel? The power spikes coming out from Winthrop University are, in general, more powerful on Dragon 3 than the ones that we will be seeing from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and we already got second item there for Spawn as well. The Kraken Slayer completed a lot more consistent damage in the threshold for Team Liquid now. And it's still looking eyes at Winthrop. They've got the Rift Herald. They can Distraction Carnifex this thing if they want to try to stop the stacking of these dragons for Team Liquid, but it's really about their machinations. That's what we've said from the draft. They are the ones with the eyes on them and all the pressure.
Now Team Liquid Challengers, as they push in, again, the key is about having this Zyra in the area, whereas Winthrop University also going to have to be looking for retakes. They don't have the best opportunity to really take these choke points and control them. They're really relying on Winnie and Skytech to find some of these angles, to take Keel and Jenkins by surprise so that they don't have time to layer their ultimates and just create this impenetrable zone that you cannot walk through. They've done a good job actually getting some early pressure, but now Darkwings, okay, I thought he was going to go bottom lane. He's going to crash it in, but it has to be careful. No punish.
You do have the grub again, so it makes the swarm that much bigger. You better have been getting your practice in, at least, if you're Team Liquid, because you're going to have to deal with that a lot this game. Dragon is going to be started up, though, by Winthrop, and denying that soul point's really big. Team Liquid want to crash over here. They do have vision. Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits onto Darkwings. They might just go for the kill. They got to try to get in the pit, but it's not the Dragon focus. He gets it anyways, though, and there you go. Keel makes the difference. He gets soul point. Spawn goes on a killing spree, and two members are just gone from Winthrop.
Disaster for Winthrop University as Team Liquid Challengers, they muscle their way in, and Keel just better on the smite this time around. It is so powerful to find this extra smite because it looked like it was going to be a trade of Dragon for 2 kills. A really good ultimate from Romer finds the opportunity, but just jumping in and Winnie not actually landing the one button that makes everything worth it just sets Winthrop University behind so much. If we take a look at the gold graph, you can see it was fairly even, but this is Team Liquid yet again finding a small lead, but Winthrop can bring it back.
And indeed, they have a lot of fight potential. Again, if they have the target selection, that is the most beautiful thing that can be pulled off by Winthrop's composition. But now you're going to be starting to get to where 5-on-5s are a lot more difficult. That Venn diagram of death is going to come knocking at you here. And the Wombo combos are going to be huge from Team Liquid. We said the whole time Winthrop needed to be ahead with the style of composition they have. Now Team Liquid will have a lot of the say in how these things kick off. And you can see they're already representing that by pushing out Vision onto the map.
Vision will help out so much. I'm still looking at what Denethor can accomplish off in the side lane. Right. That was cute from Jenkins. It didn't work. But you saw what he was going for.
Yeah. That'd be a nice little slick combo.
This Gnar oftentimes will run into an issue fairly soon where it doesn't have the damage to muscle through all the wave clear that Jenkins will amass as this gangplank. And it definitely feels as though things have stalled out a little bit. You saw that Denethor never got all that much damage on the top side turret. Doesn't appear to have gotten a lot of damage on the bottom turret either. And that means that Jenkins is having the time to scale his way back into the game. He gets it off this time.
He's having a little bit of fun with the combos there and getting another combo off there. Denethor also now has the 2-item spike. We're also looking at the completions for Darkwings and Aaron. So Winthrop, they're going to have a little bit more of a pack-a-punch in their builds.
question, wrong game, but yeah, I believe it. It's now Team Liquid Challengers. They
Wrong
are
game, right
actually
game?
the ones. Huh?
I said wrong game or right game?
Different game for sure. This is good. Denethor gets some good damage down, and we can see that with the Twitch chat in on his team, he gets a lot of that turret out of nowhere, and Jenkins does have to use the cannon barrage. Luckily, there's no real fights that he has to worry about for the next couple of minutes, because this game is going to come to a head most likely around the upcoming dragon. But Mazel, the other thing that we got to look at, this is Winthrop University. They can win or lose any different position, and they will start the Baron if they ever get an idea that Team Liquid Challengers is not around to challenge them.
Trying to find any fight they can. Speaking of, Team Liquid find the fight that they wanted. There's that Wombo combo on the Venn diagram coming to take Skytech's life. Oh, Winnie. That was bold, trying to get Roamer, can't get the combo. Now they're on the back end. Winter's bite gonna hit, but the poke damage from Darkwings and Aaron is staving off destruction. Team Liquid will gain a little bit more control on the map, though.
But you get to see how tough it is for Team Liquid to actually go for plays when their ultimates are down. Yes, they blew everything in order to instantly kill Darkwing, or Skytech rather. But at the same time, when that's gone, they kind of faff around. They try and chase slowly, but they're not able to actually get onto any single member of Winthrop University. They can walk away. So that means that Team Liquid Challengers, a team that has oftentimes had trouble actually starting up the Baron at the right times, has to use all these ultimates all at once, find these picks, and now, as they're moving down towards the top side of the map, they gotta get enough vision to make sure that Winthrop don't feel confident to go for this Baron.
Yeah. And how awesome has Spawn been so far in this game? The Ash pick really coming in clutch. Something we've wanted to see from him is being a little bit more aggressive, and we have seen that in this recency for him. Obviously, maybe some LCS fans will know him from his time on Dignitas, but it really is a series of events where Spawn in this game has all the say in who is going to die from Winthrop with those enchanted crystal arrows.
Yeah, we did see the Weaver's Wall come out from Darkwings, not going to result in anything with 30 seconds left before the next dragon. The Dragon Soul, we're looking for a potential dive on Jenkins.
Dicey.
Yeah, his Rage Bar has run out. Jenkins does have the red buff, and he has plenty of time to go clear out the way before anything will crash. And so, Team Liquid Challengers, they're in position to pick up this Chemtech Dragon. Denethor will still have about 30 seconds left before he can actually go Mega. So Team Liquid are going to be relying on pushing out the members of Winthrop so that Winnie cannot take Keel back with a smite.
They're going to start it up right now. Plants a little bit off center in position for Keel. They're going to try to push out mid lane right now, but Dragon already started. 4 members of Team Liquid collapsing. Skytech in the flank position over there. Spawn's moving over. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's going to hit onto the back line as well, so they won't have damage. Solar Flare goes in. Dragon, half health. That Venn diagram has come bearing again. Keel goes on a killing spree. Dragon, it's going low, but nobody's going to get a kill. Ends up securing it. And Winthrop, they're losing bodies left and right. Aaron is gone off the back end of the fight, and they've already lost 3 here. Skytech, Winnie, Denethor down. That's your front line.
Team Liquid calls the bluff of Winthrop University. Darkwings never able to get into the fight, and the trade of ultimates heavily in favor of Team Liquid. They are running directly over towards the Baron buff, and they are going to be starting up Darkwings and Aaron. They're sticking around. This is the Winthrop way. You always try and contest every single Baron, but immediately Thinks Better realizes, hey, maybe I'm the only person, I'm the only one here, not worth it. And the Rally Cry Baron buff picked up by Team Liquid Challengers, and finally, they have a real lead this game.
And what do you do when you have to have that forward engage in your team fight, but they are just layering down all of this spacing on top of your fight?
This is a really good show of synergy coming out from the members of Team Liquid, because every single time someone jumps in, someone jumps on top of them immediately afterwards. Team Liquid Challengers layering all this crowd control. This looks practice. This looks like a team that has been playing together for a while, and this looks like a team that I would love to see Team Liquid play like more often. The fact that they're doing it now as we're getting closer and closer to playoffs does give us hope for their playoffs run.
Yeah, this is a huge change of pace, it feels like, for Team Liquid. They have been known to just dominate games from early game, but the fact to have lost a lot of presence and a lot of pressure, but know that their winning conditions are in the later parts of the game, post 25 minutes, and play towards that. Really, really nice dedication to the strategy, but also kind of cohesion from Team Liquid Challengers as a whole. They do now have Soul. They will have a timer as well, and the Baron buff still up.
We also see that Romer has picked up a QSS as Denethor.
He's close. They try to get him. That's a couple ultis gone now. And now the collapse is coming over from Winthrop, but they're still going under turret there. Turret shot won't take down Romer, just barely. They're looking for Dark Wings, though. SkyTech is here to dissuade. True Shot Barrage coming across, thinking maybe he can catch them, but he doesn't end up getting Romer. Romer back. He has TP to come back. Aaron is still fighting. Stranglethorn unleashed. Solar Flare there. Aaron over the wall there, but Romer, he's looking for the plays. They're trying to collapse. They're completely split for a team that we said is strong together. They are not together in this one. And Team Liquid, they need one more for the concussive blows. They can't get it, but they end up getting Aaron anyways. And now Denethor, he's going mega, but it's not fast enough. And Team Liquid shut the whole show down.
Now, how much do they get off of this Baron buff? Now they find every single member of Winthrop University. Jenkins in the mid lane taking this down. There's still so many members of Team Liquid up on the top side at the same time. They're going to get so much gold off of this. The 4,000, 5,000 Rally Cry Baron buff power play comes through, and suddenly this game that was back and forth for so long, you get to see just how much of a lead has been built up out of nowhere. 8,000 gold in the past couple of minutes, and now Team Liquid Challengers, this is where you got to start looking at the crazy plays, because Winthrop will go down swinging.
They will indeed. You always have to be ready for it, but it feels like they have the tools necessary for that, because we said it from the beginning, like the way in is Winnie finding a single target and them all collapsing on that. Well, you know what you love to throw down when people are collapsing on you? That's the Stranglethorn, especially when you're 4-1 on 3 items on the Zyra. Now Team Liquid, they're going to catch SkyTech out. This is just Romer and Kim down, and Chance Cosarero blocked there in the end, but it's still going to end up with SkyTech going down as Romer's on a literal rampage right now. And we see Aaron on the other side trying to dissuade Kim from moving over, but it is a siege onto the tier 2 and bot side now by Team Liquid.
There's no Baron buff left. Romer has to be very careful. There's no Baron buff left, and so it's all just about these slow plays that you can make around these structures. But with enough health taken off the members and Darkwings going for it back, it will be a turret destroyed. Team Liquid Challengers, be a little bit careful. Denethor has the Mega, but it is almost gone. And so everything outside of the base from Winthrop University has fallen. Now, I was going to say, we have the Elder buff spawning in a minute and a half, and the Baron spawning in 2.
It just feels so rough. It feels so rough. Like you're starting to hit huge item differentials, or at least item spikes for Team Liquid. You're getting there for Winthrop, but out of nowhere, you blink and you're down almost 10,000 gold in a match that was so close and so much in your favor in the early parts of the game. And now trying to find them coming together is the biggest question here. Obviously, the slew core of this Winthrop roster are knowing each other very well, but we are struggling to see them bring it together in key moments. And now Team Liquid have all the say on the map.
It's always tough to know what'll happen after a long pause. It's always tough to know how players will react. Sometimes they get sleepy. Sometimes they get bored. Sometimes they just dissociate a little bit. That's usually what I do. However, during these long pauses, it looks as though Team Liquid got angry. Right, we know that Team Liquid have oftentimes struggled to close out games, but this is such a large lead that they were able to build up. And Team Liquid, something we've known about this organization in the past is they are so good at pressure play, and this harkens back to some of the most successful incarnations of Team Liquid we've seen in the past.
Multi-championships. This organization has been a pillar of Tier 2 in North America, and continues to strive back towards that glory here as sticking the roster and trying to build on that has been a saving grace for them, it feels like. Now we actually see Team Liquid hovering around this as the Elder is starting to spot.
Team Liquid are creating a lot of opportunities for themselves to take down Winthrop. They have so many seeds already, and Keel on the Zyra, the creative control.
My goodness, they just find him. They get him before he even goes Megadar. Now he goes unstoppable. Romer is a killing machine right now, and so is Team Liquid. That horse is trampling Winthrop. And unfortunately for the Eagles, there is no saving grace here. The Dragon will go over as well, and Romer, he's finding more. He gets them. Romer, godlike!
What a great fight coming through. Now Jiggy has to be very careful, but Team Liquid Challengers, the Elder buff comes through. and that's going to be taking down Darkwings. Now, Team Liquid still on the board. Roamer in the bottom lane. Spawn not far behind, looking to open up the base of Winthrop University. And the game plan from these fights has been so clean for Team Liquid. They're going to take at least 2 inhibitors here, and they have an opportunity to try and end the game.
Oh, this is personal right now. They want to end it here, and now 13,000 gold up. They still have the mini wave there. Look at the multi-control hordes on the other side. They're focusing on the turrets here as the mid lane turret falls as well. It's the first Nexus turret to go down. That signals the base burning here for Winthrop. They have to find something. They go for a last-ditch engage, but the Elder Dragon is the difference maker here, and they're playing with their food a little bit. Nexus wide open, big 4-man ulti, but it does not matter one bit when Team Liquid come to town.
22-7. Very close approximator of pie coming through for Team Liquid Challengers, and ultimately it looked easy as pie throughout so much of this game. They had such good team fighting, some of the best team fighting I can remember seeing from Team Liquid Challengers in this entire split. So props to Team Liquid Challengers for taking that one down.
What a performance. It was so close for a little bit of the early game, and that's what they needed for Winthrop. That was their goal every time, but we knew that 25-minute mark was going to be like a doomsday clock for them, and it turns out it definitely was. We're going to step away for a little break. We'll be getting back to game 2 very shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. We had a dominating victory from Team Liquid at Challengers in that game, one of our second series. I'm Mizzell. I'm joined by Joshi, and we're going to be... shock. Oh, my gosh. We'll be seeing what the bounce back can be from Winthrop in this game number 2. They were very direct in their compositional style in that game 1. They needed to be ahead. Unfortunately, it fell a little short.
Yeah, they did build a little bit of a lead, but unfortunately by the 20-minute mark, it felt like they had lost the thread of the game, and suddenly Team Liquid Challengers just started winning every single team fight. They had so much control, and probably the fight around the third dragon, where Keel outsmited Winnie, dictated how the rest of the game was going to go. It really felt as though that was the last moment for Winthrop University to come back into it, to take control of things. Fortunately, the way they played it guaranteed that at best they were getting a dragon for 2 kills, but unfortunately, they got none of it.
Yeah, and it was those early machinations. I loved that they played to their style. They committed all bodies towards topside. They tried to commit to the strong side of the map for themselves, but unable to transition that into a standing lead a lot of the times. And I think that's where you have to call into question where we're going to see those carries step up. I know Aaron has talked personally himself just about how he feels like he can always be the guy to rely on in the late game team fights, but they need to set him up for a position of success with that.
That has been the recipe of success for this squad in the past, and they're going to have to look to try and do that again up against Team Liquid Challengers. They invested very heavily in Denethor up on the top side of the map, and unfortunately, that investment did not end up paying off in this game. Jenkins was able to come back around quite a bit, but I want to give even more credit to Team Liquid Challengers' team fight plan. They would dive onto one person very hard, and then everybody would go back in order to control the fight again. They would control Winnie, they would control Skytech, and it gave no opportunity for Winthrop to get their damage onto the targets that they needed to.
And honestly, Spawn at the helm, man. He's like literally hanging off the front of the ship, throwing off the enchanted crystal arrows as the cannon barrages are coming down. It's incredible to see the combos there. And it also comes from a place where Spawn maybe wanting to take a little bit more assertion in these moments and being able to play both kind of the sustained carry team fights, but also something to set up the style that they wanted to play through.
Looking forward to seeing what Team Liquid Challengers and Winthrop do have ready for us going into the second game, because it definitely felt as though the members of Winthrop University on the blue side, they had some things that they were trying to do. They had the Vi come through. They had the Gnar pick really there to set up Denethor for success. None of them really came to fruition. Now, with the side selection once again, they're probably going to be on the blue side a second time around, but that will give them opportunities to instead try and go for some of the more traditional picks that we know Winthrop University has had a lot of success on in the past.
Hopefully we'll be getting into the game pretty soon. I know everybody's been waiting a long time for this series. Hopefully game 2 is going to be kicking off shorter rather than later. Sooner rather than later. Shorter rather than lately. I don't know how that works. But I think it's also something to look at with the state of the league itself, and especially the standings that we have. We're getting to the latter half of the season. We only have a couple series left for some of our teams after this next one, and it's a conversation of how close-knit that middle of the pack of the standings are.
Yeah, both these teams currently 3-3, and just as a quick reminder, as we take a look for Team Liquid and Winthrop so close together, Winthrop have Team Liquid, CCG, and Supernova left to play, whereas the other side, Team Liquid have Fear, X Starforge, and Blue Otter still on the docket. And so none of these teams are super easy, but none of these teams are out of reach for them either. And so that's going to be all on these teams to try and jockey for the best spot that they can come the end of this split.
Yeah, you got to remember the bottom 2 teams, obviously, ones that will be locked into the promo relegation. Obviously, AoE already locked into that one. We'll see exactly how it all pans out, though, as it is also a conversation of who can fight for a little bit better positioning going into the seeding of those playoffs. More best of 5s, more full fearless, more craziness. And that's also what we have to talk about before we get into this draft number 2. It is a situation where full Omega Drive fearless, even if it's a long day, we still got to remember that. And all the champions you saw in that game number 1 are not going to be available in this game number 2 for either side.
And I think Team Liquid lost a little bit more of the meta champions than we saw from Winthrop University. Winthrop University chose to go with the Talia in the mid lane, a champion that you still see from time to time, but not really something that has been dominating the mid lane meta. The Tristana, the Corki is still available. The Yone got taken off the table, but Darkwing still has his Azir still ready to go at a moment's notice. There's still a lot of things that we know Darkwings loves to play. At the same time, we also got to see that Winthrop University, they pivoted. Instead of going for the Misfortune like they were playing in Game 0, they ended up playing the Ezreal instead. There's a lot of strong champions that we know Aaron likes to play that he can take over games if he's given the resources.
And he also just has to be set up for success in that way. And that's where we want to see some of the style of the draft kind of lean that way. But also on the other side for things for Team Liquid, they were able to just kind of drive a very steady composition. They had a couple different things going for them. I liked the Jenkins play with the Gangplank as well, and being able to kind of synergize that with a lot of the Wombo combos. But do you expect that we're going to get another kind of Wombo combo style, or maybe more individualistic?
From Team Liquid, it's kind of hard to say, because when you are forced to play together, it does make it a little bit easier to actually play together, because you don't have a success case if you don't. And Team Liquid challengers have oftentimes tried to play this more like pressure, like this pushing style in terms of trying to create low members on the other side with poke. However, Team Liquid challengers have shown that that's not the only way that they are able to play, and as we jumped into our second game, Winthrop remains on the blue side.
Do see how they utilize that. I think counter pick can still be super important, especially when you're taking away a lot of the blind pick top laners, like the Renekton that we see Team Liquid on the red side ban away. It is the Nidalee and the Karthus ban towards Keel, though, so primary focus on the AP junglers.
I'm expecting a Cassante ban as well, coming out from Team Liquid challengers, potentially to shut down Denethor's champion pool. He was kind of known as a player with a small champion pool for a long time, but that has really changed recently, partly because he has been forced to adapt to the situations in Super Mega Crazy Fearless that we always have going on here in the Challengers League. But Team Liquid challengers can still really force him to play certain champions, and if you take away the Cassante, the next thing that I always think of for Denethor is the Camille, which has some very strong counter picks.
And we could see that banned away in the first game as well. Let's see if that continues here. The final bans, maybe still focusing on the jungle. No, it's the Corki locked away by Winthrop. Another big mid lane pick that's still available, especially after kind of the trade of mid laners last time around.
Yeah. Now, I'd have to check again, but I only see one game currently being played in Denethor's match history on Rumble, and that one was against Dragonsteel, which, not surprising that it ended up being a loss for them. But it does make me wonder if you just don't ban it on the side of Team Liquid challengers. See if Winthrop University are going to prioritize it, and as the Iron ban comes through, this is the gauntlet being thrown. Tristana and Rumble are the two champions that everybody's looking at in the current meta to have a ton of control. Which one does Winthrop want? Which one are they going to give up?
If you get that priority in mid lane with the Tristana, it can give you so much strength to play around your jungle. Maybe that will be just the call. It looks like that is the case for Winthrop, so trying to play around that duo going to be even more important. But the thing is, we have seen answers into the Tristana, this one an old one but a goodie, as the Jace comes through, and the Brand.
Yeah, the Jace, like you said, has been a very common counter pick into the Tristana. However, Team Liquid challengers have passed the buck once again. It's Game of Chicken, which he was actually going to be playing the Rumble this time around. The Brand, one of the strongest AP junglers still left available. Lilia is also kind of hovering beneath the surface, but Talia is not even available for either side, as the Nautilus does get locked in for Skytech, going directly back to the very aggressive picks that you can play in the support role. And the problem's already taken off the table, so the Nautilus looks a lot better.
It looks really good, honestly, here. I want to see how they can utilize that there. The
Rumble still
Zeri
kicked.
Locked in, as Winthrop going to be going with the double marksman comp.
Yeah, a very powerful combination with the Zeri and the Tristana, but with the Brand is there, kind of signifies that Team Liquid less likely to play the Rumble, because that's just too much fire at that point. Like, you kind of
Can't have that much fire. They can just burn down the whole building.
You're not going to be on fire twice. It's just fire once. But as the Rel pick does come through, this has been one of Kim Down's best champions, especially in his globe splits. And now Team Liquid challengers, they can really start pushing around Denethor's champion pool. They already know he has a bit of a smaller champion pool than a lot of the top laners in the league, and Jenkins is one of the godfathers of counter picks.
He really is, and he's had a heck of a split. Sometimes finding a lot of strength in that solo, sometimes just being a little bit of a wall against a lot of our top laners as well. It is the Sejuani Prio ban by Team Liquid, so taking away the setup buttons for Winthrop to get these double marksmen ahead.
Yeah, we know Winnie can play pretty much anything in the game, but he definitely excels at characters that do have crowd control that he can use to dictate when fights are happening. So after this, I kind of think of Xinjiao as the next champion that I would be looking at from Winnie, but the issue remains.
Maokai, maybe?
Yeah, the Maokai is not bad. I do think that's a good ban. but ultimately he does really need something that has some crowd control to set up a team that is currently relying entirely on SkyTech.
I just feel like it's so interesting to see how many teams are willing to just go with lack of engage tools and just straight damage a lot of the time. I think you definitely need more than one tool to go for. We'll see if Winthrop clean that one up as the Camille banned, this time Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely very targeted at Denethor. Now I'm kind of looking at Misfortune as the next champion for Spawn. Not necessarily because I think of Spawn as a Misfortune player, but simply because it looks to pair very well with everything that Team Liquid Challengers has already drafted, whereas Winthrop University don't have the greatest tools to deal with it. Yes, the Nautilus depth charge can go out, but the depth charge is really slow, and it does not interrupt the bullet time quickly. Instead, might be a return to classic form from Spawn as one of the best Jinx players that we have in the league.
And we were seeing, the forward, the Enchanted Crystal Arrows leading the charge. Well, now he's going to be the damage dealer, and they're going to have to play around him a lot. And has been a good recipe for success, because a lot like Aaron, I think Spawn really made his name as a teamfight carry. We were wanting to see him be a little bit more aggressive in the 2v2s, and now we've seen him grow holistically as a player.
But one of the major things as we look at this is it does mean that there's not as much just early crowd control to start off fights with. It is a lot of pressure on Kim Down and a lot of pressure on SkyTech on the other side as well to get things started. But Team Liquid, they have a massive range advantage coming out. The Jace, the Jinx, the Brand, all going to be throwing out spells, all going to be pushing Winthrop back. And yes, this Cassante comes through, but people are so used to seeing this. And SkyTech, don't know if this is a troll hover or not, because
it's 100% troll cover.
But it's locked in.
All right, it's locked in. We'll see. Goodness gracious. It's the Mundo. Let's go. All right, so we get a little bit of spice, and you were talking about earlier in the draft. What has the top father Jenkins been cooking up here? And he's got a little bit of a recipe.
Yeah, we did get to see Dr. Mundo played earlier this split. Was it Jenkins who played that? No, it wasn't. Who was it?
I don't have the stats, but you can look it up if you want. I can cover for you.
Yeah,
because it was not Jenkins or Denethor. On this setup, though, you have to look at the proactivity of Winnie. I know we put a lot of spotlight on the junglers today. I think rightfully so. And I think Keel having a lot of strength consistently in that first game on the AP clearing jungle. I'm very much looking to Winnie to be proactive yet again and maybe find some sticking leads here.
Yeah, so it was Philip who actually played this last time around, playing into Supernova. So this is a bit of a different look coming through from Team Liquid Challengers. I know I bring this up every time Dr. Mundo is picked. Dr. Mundo, the old Dr. Mundo, was my favorite champions of all time, and I had like an 80+% win rate on this champion because I would only ever pick it in situations where it automatically won the game because the opposing team just did not have the damage to kill me. I don't know.
They have the damage.
Yeah, I'm not really convinced this is one of those spots. Like, it is tough. You do have a lot of tools to be very durable. The Randuins and the plated steel caps will make you very difficult for Winthrop University to take down. However, it seems to be mostly a lane counter pick. The Heart Steel goes crazy. The early Warmugs that you can build and just never be pushed out of lane again can make Jenkins a terror to deal with. But compositionally, it's just kind of a man that just stands in front of everything and dares the AD carries to hit him instead of trying to jump past him.
That's the thing, though. I mean, they have so much sustained damage, especially once they get Lord Doms, things like that. It's going to be a lot more difficult for him to keep his health bar. And I also look at Winthrop, where I wanted more of a clear direction, I feel like, across the whole team. And the clear direction for this one is go forward. And I think a lot of their follow-through is what I want to see them pull off.
Follow-through is always the big thing that we're looking at with both teams. And also for Winthrop University, right? We started off this series by saying both these teams have had trouble closing out games early on in this split. And now, Team Liquid Challengers, it looks like they might have a bit of an early advantage, or will at least be forcing a vertical clear coming out from Winnie.
A little engaging 2v2s. Love the thumbs up. Aaron has consistently just been giving them the thumbs up down here.
Yeah, Aaron's fast with the emotes.
I'm
a little bit worried, though. Because Winnie is moving relatively slowly. He's full clearing the bottom side of the map, and as Zach, you don't do that all that quick. Whereas Keel has cleared out 2 camps before going towards his own side of the map, and Team Liquid Challengers are now putting down some wards to try to spot out if there's an invade coming through from Winnie, and Heal does a lot more damage.
Oh yeah. And this is where Winnie is just going to have to give up his farm, give up that style, and he's going to have to be active. And they're going to try to look at bot side. He will be spotted out, though, maybe even going for a bit of an invade of his own. But with that fast clear speed and the way that Keel has pathed, he knows this is what Winnie wants to do because Winnie has no other place to go on the map. Now the crash downs have to be flashed out of by Winnie. Skytech over here to defend. The Gromp is taken by Keel, and Winnie is being shut out. But maybe they can get the kill onto Kim down here. Slow down from the zap, though, and now you got tons of damage from Keel following it up. They are stuck between a rock and a rock here, and Winthrop need to sprout wings and get out.
Oh, man, just peppering with
Can't do
damage.
anything. This is just committal to death here. They want to fight, and they want something, but first blood goes to Keel. Traded back to Aaron. Nice double, as now Winthrop, they have the fight. They got a double for Aaron. He's not going to find a third, but Winnie, huge play there in the end.
A failed flash response coming out from Keel just means that Winthrop University get caught up in all of the AoE. Skytech and Winnie locking down the junglers so that Aaron can get these kills. This is the investment in one of the star players for Winthrop University paying off already. He's got 2 of these kills. He's got a fantastic lane position in the bottom half of the map, and Team Liquid Challengers find themselves at a small deficit already going into Winthrop University.
Both these teams known to run away with early game leads, but struggle to close them out. Now we see Winthrop, the first presence on the map. This is much like game 1, though. They had a steady lead. They were finding little advantages. Got to see them stick it through.
This is something that Winthrop University have had a lot of practice with, though. This was how they won so many of their games in CLOL, but Keel coming down, this isn't really a threat of a dive. Not really, because the wave has already been cleared out so effectively, and diving in Nautilus is always a scary proposition.
I'm going to tank the anchor. Now Winnie finding a mid lane gank, going to force the flash out of Roamer, but he still gets with the stretching strikes. Still able to make it out alive, but now Roamer is in trouble, doesn't have much priority there, and Winnie can go to the top side invade.
That's my goat, though. That's what we like to see when Winnie comes through. Whenever the mid laners teleport back, you just go towards mid lane and be like, hey, what if you didn't have any HP, your back meant nothing.
Winnie's found top.
Jenkins.
Oh, Jenkins doing a lot of damage here. Does get the double knockback, though, and Denethor trying to chase him down. Keel's right behind him, though. Jenkins might actually have the chase down with the cleavers here as Keel's trying to follow him up. Doesn't want to overcommit just in case Winnie decides to turn back around.
Yeah, you got to be very careful. Everyone around the map is kind of playing on a razor's edge with so many opportunities to outplay your opponent or get outplayed. Both teams opting into these situations. Skytech's hook goes wide.
A little close. Actually has a ton of kill pressure if he hits that one there as well. Ends up not being able to, and now we have objectives spawning up on the map. Obviously, Dragon has already been spawned, but the Grubs episode 1 is going to come up soon. See which side of the map they want to put focus on, as we will have full jungle clears.
Interesting build coming through from Jenkins as well with the, I don't know what it's called, but it's got built out of a ruby crystal and a rejuvenate and gives you more health regen. That one, the thing that builds into Warmogs, already coming through for Jenkins. So we are seeing a very direct statement coming through from Jenkins, and he doesn't really care about the next couple of minutes. He just wants the Warmogs, and then he will bleed Denethor's mana pool dry over and over again by never being forced out of the top side of the map. And that means that he can mostly be left to his own devices. He does not need the help of Team Liquid Challengers, which means that the rest of them, Crystalline Bracer, thank you, as they can now focus on the bottom side of the map where Spawn has fallen significantly behind.
And have that happen when you're a major carry potential, and when we're going to see both these ADCs go toe-to-toe in the team fights here, we do end up seeing that objective split. I think Winnie will be very happy for the long-term advantage of the Grubs here, and maybe a little bit more setup around the next set of Grubs. But the early stacking for Team Liquid, hey, we're able to find success with that here previously.
Winthrop University, as they do get the first set of Grubs. Denethor moves back towards the top side and has been fairly quiet. Just a small gold lead still being built up for the members of Winthrop University. But the major player I want to focus on this game will once again be Air. We've talked about it a couple of times, but now that he's on the Zeri, one of the major questions we had about this draft from Team Liquid Challengers was, can Jenkins survive? Right? Will he be tanky enough to actually play up against this double marksman composition that Winthrop University have built for themselves? When Aaron is not fed, the answer is way more likely to be yes. Now that he's gotten 2 kills, Jenkins has to be very careful about how he wants to play all of these team fights, because Zeri can not only do a ton of damage, but can also permanently kite Jenkins.
And that's just going to be so hard to deal with. You got to also think about the sustained damage that we've highlighted so much against Jenkins. Not going to be easy to deal with a lot of that. It's also a moment to step up for Aaron, where maybe he was a little bit outshined last game as well. Probably the vibes central, it feels like, for Slew, but also maybe Winthrop here, and really needs to have those big team fights that he's so famous for. Now, Winnie spotted out on the bot side by a nice control ward by Team Liquid, and they will be able to play around that with Keel's pathing now.
This is so brutal, though. Spawn has barely been able to farm down 20 CS already.
He can. He's not even going to get a chance to farm anymore either, because Winnie spotted out on another control ward, this time being a little bit more aggressive with it, but Winthrop's bot lane have constantly had pressure.
It's impossible for Spawn and Kim down to do much of anything. Keel on the far side of the map, just now showcasing himself, moving towards the bottom half.
Oh, Roamer! He's got the play here. Nice little buster shot separates him. Darkwings has to decide which side he's going to go. Roamer isn't going to hit the Shock Blast combo just yet. Is Winnie coming around? Not going to hit it. Not enough distance. Stretching strikes, not going to connect, but they do end up getting the dredge line onto him. Skytech has shown up mid. Came down still in bot side. Team Liquid are rebuffed.
Ultimately, though, it's just protecting a small lead that Winthrop have already built for themselves. And now, Winnie moving down to the top side should have seen that blue buff getting spotted, but there's also the dive that they're looking for. Darkwing's coming down to try and take away the blue buff.
Hey, you get a little lead like that, you protect it with your life, and they're going to throw all their lives at it. Negative. That's Rocket not going to hit. Nice stretch line into the lightning crash combo from the bot lane of Winthrop. They got to fight their way out of this one. Look at Spawn. He's starting to get ramped up here. Roamer going down now, though, and Kim down have to flash over the wall. Winthrop strike again and increase their lead to over 1,000.
2 for 1, but the kills continue to go over towards Aaron. He's got a 3rd kill right now. He's already up 20 CS. He's frozen Spawn off of so many waves from this position. And with Roamer going down, yes, they end up getting kill onto Darkwings throughout everything, but it's a very tough position now for Team Liquid to try and play it around the bottom side. You had a lot of hope before. You had Spawn that you could play around and just try and go toe-to-toe with Aaron, but now you're seeing that he's being sent towards the top line. He's being exiled because he can't even farm on the bottom side. And as the most important member to receive gold on Team Liquid, you need to make sure that he's farming, even if it means sacrificing Jenkins.
You just have to find where you can get strength on this map, because again, like your team fighting and things like that are going to be really nice with setup around objectives, but if you are this far behind, double marksman comp is going to be difficult to deal with in a lot of ways. Feels like, and Winthrop going to be very happy with this lead they've developed for themselves, and still has been a up and down entrance into the league for them, but one that they will want to correct here and go to a positive if they can bring it to 3 games after a devastating game number 1 against Team Liquid.
Yeah, it is worth noting that even though both these teams are 3-3 in series score, Team Liquid is 8-7 in games, and Winthrop University is 6-7, at least before the series started. And Winthrop, they want to make sure that they can find more of these wins, even in the series where they are falling. But we were saying that we might be sacrificing Jenkins, but he's been uncontested at the bottom side of the map because Team Liquid Challengers is faster to the map rotation. We are going to get a little bit of gold. However, Winthrop University follow them. They are going to be getting even more of these grubs. Once again, Twitch chat seems to be big fans of Winthrop University this game, as they will be helping them take down all of these structures.
I'm just glad that both teams are willing to, give over Swarm gameplay into Summoner's Rift every time. The Grubageddon has been very fun to watch, but it's also something of an interest that Team Liquid feeling a lot more reserved to not have to go for a lot of these fights. Now, Dragon is spawning, and they are pinging down towards that way. A second Dragon stack for them would be nice.
Liquid Challengers do teleport Roamer here immediately. Darkwing's actually moving toward the top side of the map. Neither side with Zyra means that both teams can play for every
Spawn falling prey to what ADCs have found to be the bane of their existence since time began, and it is Cassante. They do get the TP out of Jenkins onto Denethor, who is now a little bit caught out. Kim down, trying to chase him down, but the flash will get him to safety. And Roamer almost dead. Aaron wants it. He wants to step forward, but doesn't have the distance coverage there. They will turn back onto the Dragon and deny this stacking from Team Liquid.
Yeah, no flash on Spawn does mean that it is an easy kill. Winthrop University should be able to pick this up, but Heal not going to let it go quietly.
Step up here. Denethor has just shown in bot side. Skytech waiting with the Hex Blast. They're in the pit, though. Who's going to get it? It's still the focus on a kill. They just take him out, and it's the Dragon secured by Aaron in the end. Aaron is a monster right now, and now they're able to just click, click, boom, all over Team Liquid. Darkwing's going forward, too, and this is all Winthrop.
Don't really know what the plan was there from Team Liquid, honestly. They knew they were outnumbered. They knew Spawn could not be there. Roamer could not be there. And that just meant that Team Liquid Challengers give over 3 kills and the Dragon in that last spot. And all they get for it is Winnie's passive. And that's because Winthrop University, with so much control, just hop over the wall and yet again catch the Team Liquid members in a multi-man knockup from the Elastic Slingshot. A kill, multiple kills going over. Darkwing's now just able to wail away on these structures, pick up even more farm, and a lot of the issues that we were kind of expecting to see with the Winthrop composition are really a thing of the past because they are strong enough to get these fights started. Darkwings has the time to farm up. Aaron doesn't need the time to farm up because of how far ahead he is with all these kills that he has had, and Winthrop University are immediately back to some of the most effective ways we've seen them play.
And this is much more like the CLOL champions of this year, and a majority members of SLU for Winthrop here. Across the board, 4 members strong, but it really has been a history of playing through Aaron, and I don't know, it's feeling like a GG go next when you see Azaria having 5 kills. You're hoping the Team Liquid can find some more items under their belts here, and they will still have Jenkins as a front line, but now maybe they make a play up here, get collapsed on by Winthrop. Skytech tries to go for the engage, nothing else there. They do try to get the turret, though. It's retreated back for Team Liquid on the bot side.
Now this is where some of the dangers of Winthrop University's playstyle can really come into hurt them, because one of the things that you will see Winthrop do is they will give up so many waves in order to try and make these plays work. They will do it when they're behind. They will do it when they're ahead. And this is where a lot of teams, if they just commit to playing the sides and don't give up anything further, make sure you aren't getting outplayed on these side lanes and give ground wherever Winthrop University are overloading, Team Liquid Challengers can farm their way back into relevancy in this game. So, it's going to be on Winthrop. They're the ones who have the burden of execution for a little while to showcase that they are better fighters. They're better at finding these opportunities to take down the members of Team Liquid than Team Liquid are at defending.
Actually, Darkwing's a little bit of trouble dealing with Jenkins. Jenkins just walking at him here. Darkwing's got to be a little careful. He does have flash. He needs to flash over the fat wall. Jenkins still running at him.
Fast.
He might actually be able to just chase this one down. He doesn't have a turret. Darkwings, he's just falling prey to the definitely not Mundo.
A brutal position to be in, right? Aaron is very strong. Aaron can kite Jenkins forever, but Darkwings can't do so just quite yet. Jenkins just runs him down. This is one of the scary things about this Warmogs as well, is if you're out of combat for too long, suddenly you just get Moby Boots out of nowhere. Look at that speed increase. He's 433 movement speed. Now he can chase down Darkwings even after he flashes over the wall, and this is something that Team Liquid and Jenkins in particular have had opportunities to do. They're very good at side laning. He is very good at looking for these opportunities, and he gets so many kills. He doesn't get it in the laning phase, but he will always look for these solo kill opportunities later in the game.
You have to remember the constant conversation in this whole series is both teams, they know how to get leads, but it's always been about closing out the games. You had a pretty massive early game lead for Winthrop. Starting to slip through those little fingers now. And Winthrop need to keep the pace of play going for themselves. They have the Rift Herald to go for. They have Winnie on this Zac. That will be the constant pressure onto Team Liquid.
Cute from Roamer to just hit the blast cone to try and knock Winnie away. He just goes straight up. But it is on Winthrop now, like you said, to create pressure on the board. This is a great start.
Just can't get caught out like that. He uses the stretching strikes on the blast cone. That was actually pretty big. Oh no, he's in trouble now. Trying to get the healing up from the bloblets though. And meanwhile, Darkwings has been taking the turret on bot side just as a good little Tristana does.
the dangerous part of the game is if Tristana is left alone. We saw this internationally quite a bit. Tristana's create so much pressure. Jenkins, I mean, he's trading with Denethor. Denethor, you don't really want to be going for these trades, really. You're either all in or nothing, because watch this. Jenkins starts mogging.
Boop, 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 boop. He's just going right back to full. Such a nuisance here. Jenkins. Definitely not Mundo. It's feeling a lot like Mundo, though.
Really is. We got another dragon spawning. It is a Chemtech Soul. A little bit surprised that these two teams are as committed for this fight as they are, but Keel needs to be on point. He's gotten hit by multiple elastic shots already. He cannot afford to be hit by them. It's
Skytech, he's starting it off. They have the damage, but Aaron can't get in there. He's finally hit the lightning crash, but Skytech's already gone. They're trying to overextend here. Winnie with a big slingshot. He's not going to pull the trigger there, and the damage is being done. Team Liquid, they're able to get one. They move now forward after clearing out this mid wave. Winthrop are moving over to the Dragon, though, and they're going to match them.
Really tough for Winthrop. Keel still has his ultimate available.
They have the choke point here. You got to be really careful for Winthrop. They are pushed back out of it. Dragon started up by Team Liquid, but Winthrop, they do not want to give up the fight.
Jenkins still has the Warmogs. He's going to continue healing up. Winnie coming down from the bottom side of the map, but Romer's in a huge position.
He's got a massive, massive flank. Finally spotted out. They need to pull the trigger. They got to go. They're trying to get the all out there. They take down Kim down. Here comes Winnie. The saving grace. The stretching strikes under the two carries. And a double kill goes to Darkwings, but it might not matter in the end. Romer's still kicking. And look who's still alive. It's Spawn of all people. And Jenkins goes on a killing spree.
The Dragon was over Spawn?
He wants it. He wants to step up. Has flash, not going to pull it, but Team Liquid's showing us some life.
Spawn gets none of the kills, though. It goes over to everyone else, and so Team Liquid, they give up the Dragon, but hey, look at this. The gold is so close to even. Once again, less than 1,000 gold lead going over to Winthrop University, but this fight, we'll see yet again, Winnie is able to isolate the opposing jungler. He's able to get a lot of damage down onto Keel, and between he and Darkwing, Kim down goes down. Keel yet again just caught in the wrong part of the fight, dies to Darkwing, but still, this is what Brand does. He gets all the damage off. Darkwing will die on the far side of the fight. Spawn, though, he gets a lot of assists in this last fight, but he doesn't actually take down a single member. Most of this money going over to Jenkins in the fight, and so this Mundo starting to get very scary. However,
who deals with them?
I mean, that Marksmen do. They already have the Kraken Slayer. There's already a Last Whisper in the inventory of both Darkwings and Aaron.
But are you going to send that to the bot lane to deal with? Are you going to send him off to the island to go deal with a man who has a paper bag on his head?
That's a good point. Instead, that's Denethor's job. He's going to have to go do that, and he does not like being in this situation.
Look at this!
Heartsteel, Wonk.
Just gets to stack up as much as possible. Definitely winning out on the side lane. The Rift Herald did end up getting popped in the jungle. Meanwhile, we have a play on top side. Darkwings was trying to take down the turret here. Here comes Winnie to drive his way to victory. Will end up being spotted, but going towards mid lane. Does Winnie have his driver's license? Oh, it looks like he does. He knows how to crash into buildings.
Yeah, I generally assume that most League of Legends players have their driver's license.
Most gamers just don't have their license.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
I can agree.
Either way, it is going to be another structure going down towards Winthrop University up in the top side of the map. More money going over towards Darkwings. And we have not yet really seen Romer enter the game on this chase, as it is Jenkins. He's moving off to the side lane, getting a push, and then moving towards the mid lane, looking for maybe a fight or anyone overextended, but then he's going to go back towards the bottom side, and he's got an infinite resource. As long as he isn't getting attacked over and over again and isn't dying in all ends, he never has to leave. This is kind of forgotten tech for a lot of players that if you have a Warmogs as a top laner, you don't have to leave the side lane. You are always going to be a menace over there. Denethor will slowly have to give up resources because, one, he's a mana champion, and two, he doesn't have the Warmog, so he will slowly lose the health advantage.
Yeah. I think undercurrent of all this as well is Romer's been a little quiet. He's been slowly stacking up some gold. Obviously 2-1 and 2 on 2 items, 3 items, big break point. But the thing about Romer is he hits one big shock blast onto your 2 squishy carries that you're really relying on, and half their health bar is gone. And you have to deal with that for Winthrop. You have to be able to body block, and that's why we've been looking so introspectively towards Winthrop to have themselves in a strong position and to execute it to win the game, because that has been the continuous conversation.
It's also worth noting right now, as Romer does have those 2 items completed, like you said, the range advantage for Team Liquid is going to continue getting stronger and stronger. Romer will do so much damage. He doesn't do a lot to like Winnie. Like Winnie doesn't carry it that much. Denethor won't carry it that much, but Darkwings will carry it and Aaron will carry it. And Darkwings already has a Vampiric Scepter to nullify a lot of that pressure, but Aaron does not yet have that available. Bloodthirster, the likely next item to go for. Team Liquid Challengers is being forced to play around the Baron faster than they would like.
Aaron is on 3 items now, so Winthrop have a ton of team fight strength. It's all about where that is positioned. And Lord Dom's finally coming in big for them against some of these healthy big boys inside of Team Liquid. But we have less than a minute for what would be a soul point for Winthrop. Some decision-making power and how they want to play around it.
Actually a pretty big soul this game compared to most Camtech Soul games, as Darkwings has to be careful.
There's a man on fire in the bush, and Romer helps set up Kill for a big pick.
And that's really big because Keel, even though he uses the Pyroclasm, takes out a member of Winthrop University right before the soul point is spawning. Jenkins running away from Denethor, but he knows he just needs to walk around for a little bit and everything will be okay, as Team Liquid Challengers gonna get some damage here first before they even get ready to play for the dragon. When Romer's up on the top side, they're taking all of these structures.
Oh, Kim down just goes in as soon as Jenkins is there, and they have the combo. Look at Spawn. He is massive here. A front to back is what you dream of as this Jinx, and they try to get Aaron back in, but now he's overextended, trying to get Jenkins. He can't do it. Look at the healing there, but that lightning crash, it's not going to be enough. Romer singles out Winnie, and that's going to be a dragon secure by Team Liquid.
Oh, you know you got to be frustrated as Aaron. You flash forward, try to get the last bit of damage onto Jenkins, and he just heals all of it up. Another dragon picked up for Team Liquid Challengers, and the reason why I was saying this is a really important dragon to pick up is the more damage reduction you have if you actually pick up the soul. Incredibly helpful for Mundo, incredibly helpful for Cassandre at the same time. He is just so strong when he is operating at low HP. And now Team Liquid Challengers, he's building towards the Randuins, and he does not care about anything that Denethor is doing.
Just shaking it off here. All that cardboard armor really coming in big value there, as it is a situation where we've seen the lead clawed back slowly and surely by Team Liquid, and this was Winthrop's big advantage to play off of here. And that's some of the dual-bladedness of Winthrop's composition. We've seen a lot of heavy reliance on 3 carry comps, on 4 carry comps. The 2 carry comp, though, with 2 marksmen, you catch one of those out and a ton of your damage is gone.
Yeah, Darkwings getting caught out, transitioning from the top side of the map to the bottom side of the map, really hurting Winthrop's chances right now. However, they still have a gold lead. It's a small one, but it's still there, and Winthrop University still have a Zeri. We haven't had the certified Zeri moment just quite yet, which means our golden ticket has not yet been punched. We can still see the Zeri moments coming out from Aaron. Without the flash, without the ghost, not his moment.
Watch Keel on the other side, though. He does have power clouds, and they're going to get the double stretching strikes. Aaron is over here. Nice extended blast cone by Kim down. They actually collapse over. Megan Death Rocket. Spawn gets the kill on the Sky Tech. Denethor slowed down, and here comes that big man on campus, and it's Jenkins, the schoolyard bully of Winthrop, and he's just walking at them as Team Liquid backs him up, and that's all you really need.
Oh, there it is.
Spawn is getting excited, and the gates have been let loose as Team Liquid are trampling the Hawks once again, or the Eagles rather, straight into the Baron now. They are setting the pace of the game as they take control for the first time in this second game.
Jenkins really coming up big yet again. The teleport is there, but Winthrop not checking all of their corners. They're getting caught out by Keel. They're getting caught out by Romer in these fights. The teleport from Jenkins really cements that fight. The waves not pushing on the side lanes means that Winthrop, even as the Baron goes down, can't even get anything for the first time this game. We actually see a gold lead coming through for Team Liquid Challengers. It's a small one right now, but the Rally Cry Baron buff can balloon very quickly. But again, Winthrop, they were ahead, and unfortunately they're behind now. But This is still Winthrop. We know that this can go immediately in the other direction. If Aaron ever has that sick fight that we're setting him up for with 6 of his team's kills, suddenly Team Liquid Challengers can yet again face collapse.
He said it himself. I want to be the guy they rely on, the late game carry. He wants to have those big moments put on his shoulders, and now the moment is nigh for him to turn up. 603, almost on 4 items on the Zeri, but he has to find the entrance. Now SkyTech missing the engage. Here comes Winnie. He's trying to get the stretching strikes. They do find him. Darkwing's getting low. SkyTech locked out. Megadeth Rocket's going to get the resets for Spawn. Denethor trying to get him, but Kim Down's going to be the focused out. Aaron, he's lighting him up too. He's got a little bit of electricity in the tank, but it's still a 3 versus 4. Jenkins, he's starting to walk at him again, and we've seen this go down time and time again. Denethor's going down too. Spawn, one more rocket, and he's on a rampage. As now the TP coming in for Rover to put the hurt back into Winthrop.
Wow, Jenkins choosing not to stay down the bottom side, instead moving with the rest of his team. Now they open up the first mid lane turret. They're going to get another one here as Jinx and Jace will take this down so quickly. And Winthrop University not finding anything. They find a single kill in that last fight. Team Liquid Challengers, the gold lead was small, but it is ballooned to 4,500 off this Rally Cry Baron buff.
It's a massive difference. What just a couple minutes difference makes. And now we have a soul point on the line for both teams. Winthrop, they are licking their wounds, but they are not out of this yet. They still have Aaron, and he has hit that 4th item. They have to be ready to try to get some presence on the map.
Big player though, Aaron is going to be a huge damage dealer in the upcoming fight, but Darkwings also 2, almost 3 completed items for this next dragon. And he doesn't have flash. Look on the other side, Team Liquid Challengers flashes on every single member, but Denethor is attackable, Winnie's attackable, Darkwings is attackable. He just finished the Bloodthirster. He doesn't do quite as much damage, but he is definitely a player. You just need to hit him a couple of times to get him to jump out. Suddenly, you can make him ineffective. And Team Liquid Challengers already here. They are set up, and Winthrop don't want anything to do with it.
See the Baron just burned down to a crisp, giving Team Liquid a lot of bonus on the map.
Really?
Now they just go in for the engage on bot side. Winnie, a little bit all by his lonesome, is going to get the double TP. Hey, you say commit together. Well, they definitely just did. They're trying to keep it going here. Winnie trying to follow up. Stretching strikes, hits on a Kim Down. Kim Down going to flash, but you have to be careful at the follow-up damage that Keel can bring. Still has the Pyroclasm. Winthrop back away.
The flash out of Romer,
oh,
but
no.
2 teleports, and now SkyTech's got to run.
He does so much damage. All right, Aaron's here. Aaron's here. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right. You're not going to get hurt by the cleavers anymore, SkyTech.
Okay, Poppy's here. Don't worry about it. Everybody can walk it out, but still, that's 2 teleports committed from Winthrop University just to get Romer's flash. Now, that does give them a point of attack in upcoming team fights, because their flashes are still coming back up, but with 2 minutes until the next dragon, Darkwings should not have it available when the Baron actually spawns.
It's all about looking at those cooldowns and the efficiency of use as well. Now the map state here, though, Team Liquid clawed their win back here, and now Winnie pushed away from the Scuttle Crab. Looking at a top lane dive, though. Oh,
Romer?
He's got the big blast cone. He's going over to the Denethor fight here. Now they actually might end finding Romer. The let's bounce is gonna maybe give no if he walked over the Ely, but it's the lightning crash from Aaron to try to pull back Team Liquid. Big kill from Winnie. Here comes the slingshot. Not going to get over the wall, but it doesn't matter. Denethor already takes him out. Aaron and SkyTech looking for the killing blows here. Trying to get the Ultra Shock laser. SkyTech still following up. Keel does a lot of damage, though. You got to be careful. Spawn flashed on. Depth charge. It's going to commit that big dredge line, but it's not long enough. They can't get the play on Team Liquid, but they do end up taking the topside jungle.
Of clutch stuns coming out from Keel, saves Spawn's life. Great stuff from SkyTech, not throwing out the hook first, but throwing out the ultimate to guarantee the hook if he's able to get in range. Unfortunately, Spawn just a little bit too fast. However, a minute left until the next Baron, 3 minutes until the Dragon Soul will spawn for Team Liquid Honda Challengers. The gold lead has fallen yet again, because this is one of the things that we have seen, and one of the major reasons that Team Liquid has had some issues in closing out these games. Yes, they have this gold lead, but they made the exact same mistake that Winthrop did earlier. When Darkwings was transitioning down to the bottom side of the map, he got caught because he did not know where everyone was. This time, Romer is the one that gets caught and also cost Kim down his life.
Little things like that will break open this game either way. You have that gold lead, almost 4,000 before cut down to 2. Much more at an even state. 32 minutes in, we're going to be getting full builds, and it's literally all about the positionings in the 5-on-5s.
The biggest thing here, we talked about Darkwing's not having his flash. It is back up, but Spawn will not have his flash available in this upcoming fight, Mazel, and that means that you have a lot of tools. The depth charge works wonders. Winnie with the elastic slingshot can get on top of him, and Spawn, he can be safe from it. He just has to play really far back, and that means that one of the strongest members of his team, the richest member of Team Liquid, will not have the tools to play aggressively. And Winnie not even hitting this because he knows this is not about the Baron, this is about the fight.
It's about trying to win out the game here. Baron is the commitment, though. It's gonna go the way of Darkwing.
Oh.
Rally cry Baron, but it might not matter.
Oh.
Look at the excitement. Here's Spawn lighting him up, but look at Aaron, too. It's a battle of the gunslingers, and they are slinging it all over. Jenkins, he's not going down yet, but Spawn gets blasted out by Aaron. Spawn's going down. A triple kill to Aaron, but they got to deal with Jenkins. He is a monster. He is a beast, but slowly and surely, Godzilla will be felled. As Winthrop, they'll take back the lead.
Oh my gosh, the Rally Cry Baron buff, the Winthrop classic. They jump on the Baron. They call the bluff from TLC that they are not able to contest this. And you can see this entire fight, Winthrop University, even though so many ultimates are layered on top of each other in the pit, Spawn never really able to participate, even though he's able to get excited off of this. Aaron is free hitting. Spawn is just trying to find a position. He gets some damage onto Darkwing, but doesn't close it out. And Aaron, the hero of Winthrop University, flashes over the wall to find his way to Spawn, and there is nothing this Jenkins can do. Even though Jenkins is eventually able to take down the Zeri, it's so late. It cost them so much. The quadra kill is there. Fortunately, not able to find the penta.
The fact that he's able to do so much damage before going down was 1,000 gold over to Jenkins, but that's not going to matter all that much here. And a really massive saving of grace for Winthrop here. And now we also have to think about this next dragon fight, Joshi.
Yeah, no flashes for Darkwing or for Aaron, nor for Spawn. None of the carries will have it. Just Roamer.
They're just on site right now against Skytech. They're all 5 here, and Keel will take down the front line. They will move on to the dragon. Now you got to remember, this is Chemtech's soul for Team Liquid.
That is so much safety suddenly provided for Spawn and Roamer, but no flash for Spawn means he still has to give ground. That's why he's playing so far to the members of Winthrop University, but they can still hit. Jenkins is so
Watch Aaron,
hard to
watch Aaron. He's untouched. He's going to pop the lightning crash. He's got a ton of damage here in the front to back. Now they already caught out Denethor. Aaron, he's all by himself in the front line. He's all by himself. They go right back in. Winnie trying to make the hero play as Aaron's getting run down by Jenkins. Look how massive he is as Spawn answers in kind with his own triple kill.
Skytech getting caught might be costing Winthrop University the game. Team Liquid Challengers will be picking up this Chemtech soul. The gold lead is back to nothing. It is less than 100 gold between these two teams, and Jenkins still absolutely colossal in these fights, just walking forward, creating so much space for the rest of the team. And Aaron, 10 kills to his name, still cannot punch his way through this window.
It's so difficult. Maybe that 1,000 gold he got for the shutdown maybe ended up paying off as he just bought more armor with it. It's feeling like he's untouchable against this double marksman composition. And you've got to find a way to deal with them. You're getting to your big spikes, right? You're already on full items for Aaron. You're getting there for Darkwings, but it's all about positioning in this. And if Skytech goes down, you cannot be sticking around.
And Spawn has the flash. This is the window for Team Liquid to try to fight before the flashes for Aaron and Darkwings come back up, while Spawn is safe and Aaron is not. That is part of why we are seeing Team Liquid. They're grouping up here in the mid lane, but they're just waiting for all of their members to join the rest of the fight. As Keel does join everyone else, there's a teleport available for Roamer, but he knows it's not really safe for him to be by himself because Winnie loves preying on people in the side lane.
This game is delivering everything we could have asked for. A tight-knit game, back and forth, and a huge stage of performance for both Aaron and Spawn. Huge pieces to their compositions, but also these late-game teamfight carries that we love to see strut their stuff. We're going to have to see which one of these sheriffs is going to be leading this town after this, and we have to watch them in these 5v5s.
Yeah, Darkwings and Aaron, about a minute left on their flashes. Team Liquid Challengers not able to find anything, and so with the Elder buff spawning in 4 minutes, the Baron buff is going to be the sole objective on the table for quite a while. But with the way that Team Liquid Challengers are playing, it does mean that everyone will be able to fight this next one at full strength. So we got to take a quick look at the items yet again. We do see double Randuins coming out for Winthrop University, but Denethor still not full items completed. Jenkins has an entire item ahead of that lane opponent there. The mid lane still very close between Roamer and Darkwings, and a massive range advantage also coming out to Roamer with those Shock Blasts. But the big one, Aaron, full items already completed, whereas Spawn still looking to complete the Bloodthirst to buy himself a little bit more safety in this upcoming fight. Overall, with these small differences in where the gold is, can make a huge difference, because Jenkins gonna be one of the prime carries for Team Liquid, where it's almost everything is in the Aaron side on the other side.
And you have to remember, this is a single round robin league. It's also
Oh no.
a little bit of a collapse here on Denethor. Get back to that conversation here as he's got to try to find his way out of here. Last time that Winthrop were down a body, they lost holistically, and they're going to be down a body yet again. They give it over to Spawn, who's on a rampage now. Might be able to afford that last item now, but they have to find a little bit more pressure because bot side is being aggressed on by Darkwings. He's able to take that tier 2.
They try to find Jenkins, but they're not able to do him, and Denethor is going to be dead for so long after this Baron spawns as Jenkins shifts down towards the bottom side of the map. Winthrop has to retreat back into the jungle. The structure will survive for Team Liquid, and Jenkins, we've seen this one before.
We've seen it. He's got minions this time. He's going to dodge out of the cleaver on the end of that one, but it's Baron spawning right now, and Team Liquid look like they want to make a play towards that.
Spawn will do it very quickly. They know that Denethor is going to be dead for 20 seconds plus.
Want to make a play on Darkwings. Roamer has stuck around. Roamer and Darkwings doesn't have any idea they might get the Shock Blast. It doesn't connect. Winthrop are trying to rush down here. They need to save one of their carries. The blast is coming out, but it's not going to be enough. The shutdown goes to Roamer. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they are collapsing. They're buying time here. Roamer needs to run away from Winthrop. They're chasing him down. Aaron trying to clean it up, but look at Team Liquid. They're surrounding them, and you better round the horses because you're losing everything. Dawning a huge moment for Aaron. Can he have the step up that we've been asking for? Spawn, Mega Death Rocket almost takes him down. He gets up. Spawn shuts down the lightning that makes Winthrop run, and a double kill goes to Team Liquid as they look to take this one.
Oh my gosh, another catch looking to end the game. Catches upon catches, but nobody has a wave that they can play with. Team Liquid have every single one of their waves on their side of the map, and so the game does not end here. It's going to be the Baron buff yet again going over towards Team Liquid. They don't have a way into the base of the opponents, but this Baron buff buys you so much tempo, and crucially, Darkwings no flash. Spawn has no flash, but you know who does? Aaron does.
And that is very big to think about as we move forward and maybe to what this game ends up panning out to be. We have the Rally Cry Baron buff for Team Liquid up back in their driver's seat. Elder Dragon in sub 1 minute. Zephyrs being completed across the board. You know we're getting to the late game now.
45 seconds left on the Elder Dragon. You got to make sure that your waves are pushing out. Darkwings on the top side will pick up that blue buff for the rest of his team, but that wave will also create pressure for Winthrop University, and at the very least, if Team Liquid win a fight, they won't have the top wave to potentially try and end the game through. Roamer, however, we've seen how many picks have happened so far throughout this series, throughout this game alone. They're going to try and jump on Jenkins. He should be okay.
Does have all the CC being thrown at him. Look at the TP coming in from Roamer. Is it going to be enough? Lightning Crash already used by Aaron. Look at the reset, though. Aaron getting one. Roamer looking for backline access. It's a big Shock Blast now.
Reset.
Look at Spawn. He's getting excited here. So should Team Liquid. They've cut out Denethor. They're going to flash forward. They take it out, too. Now Spawn ever pressing forward and ever pushing Winthrop to the brink. Team Liquid continuously find these fights, and now Winthrop have no front line to contest this Elder.
Going to be on Winnie to try and go for a smite, but they are not even moving that direction. They're going to be trading this Elder Dragon for top lane turret. That's not going to be an even trade at all. Team Liquid Challengers with both a minute and a half left of the Baron buff as well as the Elder Dragon. I mean, Winthrop University taking what they can here, but it's not going to be much. It's going to be Team Liquid now barreling into the base for the first time. The backs coming through from Winthrop way too late to take any control. But you see how far back Spawn is playing? He knows that Winthrop are crazy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's just like, I don't want to risk any long distance engages from Winnie. He's checking around. He's happy. He's like, I know Winnie's somewhere. He's got to be looking. They will end up taking the inhib turret in mid lane, though.
Elder Dragon should be the difference maker in any fight. The 5,000 gold helping as well. We didn't even talk about it, but the Chemtech Soul keeping Jenkins alive, all the extra damage reduction that the Soul does provide comes up huge. However, Team Liquid has fallen into this before. They have Roamer dealing with a side lane, and the rest of them are far enough forward for Winnie to potentially go for and engage upon. But no opportunity arises for Winthrop University, and that means that Team Liquid can bring everyone down towards the bottom side. They still have 30 seconds left for the Baron buff, and that's plenty of time to take down this turret.
And the entire conversation this whole time has been about both teams needing to find consistency in closing out wins. This one has been all over the place, but one fight from either side signals victory. Winthrop know that they need to play a little bit defensive, but man, the damage that's coming down from Roamer now, especially with the Elder Dragon up, it's so much to deal with.
1 minute left of the Elder Dragon for Team Liquid to look for their best opportunity to try to close this game.
They're just going forward. Kim Down says, no, I want to be done now. This is over, says Team Liquid. They are the ones that are taking priority, and they are the ones that are knocking on the doors of Winthrop. You better get all those drops out right now, because there might not be anything left.
Team Liquid Challengers, they are barreling in. They have the mid lane wave. They have the bot lane wave coming through. Gotta look if Winthrop can even get the spawn.
They're trying to get Winnie down. That's your main engage going down low. The Nexus turrets are starting to fall, and a pillar of the development in Tier 2 will stick it to a new entrance into the league. Winthrop going down as Aaron's still alive, but there's 4 members strong, and it's been a 2-0 the whole time as Team Liquid will rise to 4-3.
We get to see Keel. He called it out. He said they were going to 3-0 Winthrop today. Turns out Game 0 might have gone in their favor as well. Everything really coming through from Team Liquid Challengers. Great stuff. Jenkins and Spawn both taking turns being the hero the Team Liquid needed.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Honestly, though, both teams putting it all on the line there. Love to see the grit, and especially Aaron was set up for such success. We're going to step away for a little break. We're going to have an interview on the other side of it. Don't you dare miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm joined by none other than Spawn from Team Liquid Honda Challengers. It was gunslinging galore in that last game, and I want to talk about that matchup a little bit against Aaron. Both you two guys known as stalwart team fight carries, and we got to see it on full display. What were you feeling in those last team fights? Even though it started going your way, was there a lot of pressure on your shoulders?
Not so much pressure. I mean, there's always a little bit of pressure, right? But I think we had a good plan, like find the Zach, hit the front. So, I mean, best we could do. As long as I saw Zach and I could hit front, I knew pretty good chance of winning.
There was that one moment where you guys didn't know where Zach was pushing at the end of it. You're zapping all the side, trying to find where he is, trying to figure out the entrance. But also, a lot of that game was started off by Aaron having massive kills. So how do you kind of keep, or I guess the team as a whole, how did you guys kind of keep your head calm, cool, and collected through that?
I think we looked for swap, kind of get out of the lane, farm up. And in team fights, just watch Zeri or wait out his ult. And I mean, fortunately, Jenkins got he's so strong that he was just running as Zeri. He's like, guys, don't worry. I can just face tank the Zeri. We don't have to play fast. I'm just that tanky. And when it got to that, it's okay, but yeah.
Please tell me that Jenkins was hooting and hollering on the comms and going wild on that Mundo.
Yeah, he's just guys, they can't kill me. They can't kill me. And I just see him he's so much HP running at them.
I love it. I want to talk to you a little bit about the duo a little bit more. You and Kim Down have had some rough times in some regard, but also some really great moments in others. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the growth of that. What has been your favorite part of working with Kim Down, and what do you think has been the biggest growth point for you two?
I think the best part of it is he's easy to work with. So it's easy for us to scale up. I think we're on the same page now a lot. We try to do things together if we're doing stuff, or just keep communicating to each other. Make sure I stay alive, or if he's roaming, stuff like that. So yeah. I feel we're becoming one. Just want to be solid duo. Yeah.
I like to hear that, but I also want to talk about you specifically a little bit more, because something we've been really impressed about for you is kind of your more confident styles, a lot of the push moves forward that maybe wasn't always in your track record. And do you feel like you've grown a lot coming back to NACL and being able to dominate in your own way?
I think so. I think when I first went down, I lost confidence. I think the confidence is back, thanks to Mash a lot. I think he helped me. But yeah, I'm talking more, trying to call a lot more than last time I was in academy. So I think that's good, because it kind of helps me become a better player, thinking about the right stuff. And yeah, every game, just playing confident, do as much damage as I can.
Hey, as ADCs should. It was a pleasure to watch you two go at it here today, and I'm sure we'll get to talk to you some more. Thank you so much, Spawn. Last chance, give any shout-outs before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out my friends and family for always watching, supporting me. And, shout out to my team and Team Liquid.
There you go. Got to get all the call-outs. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and bring back Joshi to finish out the day. And it might have been a little bit of a long one itself, but I think in the end, it was a fun one. And we made it there anyways, Joshi.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't sure what to expect with the last series. It was two teams close in the standings who I thought were relatively close in skill for a lot of the games that they've shown. But Team Liquid showed that today they were the better team. And that is so important for the confidence of these teams. Team Liquid, no matter what, always seems to figure something out towards the end of the season.
Go ahead and take a look at the standings here, exactly where things are panning out. Team Liquid, they will match up there with that top four here. We know 4 is an important number for Team Liquid. I don't know, maybe things are just coinciding here, but Winthrop definitely taking a hard loss there.
Yeah, and falling down a little bit, We know that there is still several series left for them to climb up, but guaranteeing that they are finishing at best 5-4 does mean that there are teams like Eric Starforge and Disguise and Supernova and even FlyQuest, who I don't think we were expecting to be talking about in this context, who still outpace them towards the end of everything. However, Winthrop University, I know will have an opportunity to showcase what they can do on playoffs.
Only a couple games left. A lot of these teams here, and it's going to be a doozy to finish it out. But Joshi, it was an absolute pleasure. I know we got to hang around for maybe a little bit longer than normal here, but it was an absolute pleasure. And getting to see a little bit of the stories we wanted to see unfold, and especially Dragonsteel's maintaining of dominance has been a lot of fun to watch. But we will be back tomorrow, maybe not the same time, as we'll be after LCS, and we'll see you all there. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.